Hi, everyone. This is your old pal, AJ Timbs from Horror House Media, and welcome back to Epic or Trash. Now, Season 3. Yes, that's right, it's Season 3. And what better way to kick off Season 3 than with the episode that was supposed to kick off Season 2, but, that I don't even feel like getting into that story. I had a whole monologue and everything I was gonna say, but fuck it, I don't feel like it. So I finally, the guest I've been chasing for the better part of a fucking year now, a year and a half or whatever, however long, is a old friend of mine. She's trans. Say hello, Luna.
Hello.
And the reason I brought her on is because of this person named Keffals. Yes, that's right. This is the Keffals episode that's been delayed for a year and a fucking half now, but it's finally happening. We're finally gonna go over the whole Keffals situation, and instead of making it a multi-part, this is gonna be all in one fucking video. So strap yourselves in, get your popcorn ready, and get your favorite drinks like I do, because I'm ready for a wild ride. And let's get this show on the road, shall we?
If anyone ever finds out about how I spent the GoFundMe, I am definitely getting canceled. Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and today's video is one that required quite a fair bit of research, and it's one that I should have released a few weeks ago. It's a video that might be one of my most controversial videos, but one that required looking back years upon years of internet history to come to an actual conclusion of one of the most dangerous people on the web, an international transgender activist that some of you all may know as Keffals. Now, Keffals is not
So yes, this is the Mutahar video about Keffals and her lackluster lawsuit. And so, yeah, I've been wanting to get a trans person on here for a while to talk about their side and how they feel about it, considering that Keffals calls herself one of the biggest, if not the biggest, trans activists. So, what better way to get an understanding of the actual impact of what she has done than to talk to someone who is trans, someone who actually deals with this kind of situation? So, that's why I'm bringing her on. And in case you guys, anybody that's either doesn't remember or is not aware of the Keffals situation, Keffals, like I said, was a trans activist, allegedly wasted a GoFundMe of over $100,000, specifically $136,000 of U.S. money on frivolous activities, whether it be moving to different countries or buying equipment that she didn't need, instead of spending the money on fighting for trans activism like she claimed she was going to do. For an example, she said she was going to fight the London Police Department, not the London Police Department, who was it? It was a Canadian, it might have been Quebec. They talk about which department it is, but the London Police and a few others were examples of police forces she was going to sue for the idea that they were anti-trans, that they were anti-LGBTQ+, that they didn't comply with certain laws, or that their activities were illegal and they were getting away with it. And she was going to get justice for trans people. She also allegedly was involved in a scheme from people in London who sent vials of homemade hormones to minors who claimed to be trans. And in those vials happened to be anything but safe for the human body: cat hair, dog hair, um, like I said, chemicals made in a bathtub, like moonshine from the probate era. Bonus points if you get that reference. And it's absolutely disturbing. Oh yeah, let's not forget the child pornography on the boxes too. Why not? Let's just add that on top of the list of things. So, like I said, I want to get a trans person's opinion on it. So I'm going to play a little bit more of the video, and I'm going to let Luna talk most of the time, because this is not necessarily my area of expertise, given that I am a biological male, and I believe that I am a biological male, and I see nothing wrong with my body, unless I'm sick. That's pretty fucking obvious, AJ. Duh. So let's go ahead and watch the video for a little bit.
Necessarily a popular activist, they're an online transgender activist known for fighting against the controversial website Kiwi Farms. Her campaign saw mainstream attention after a highly publicized swatting, where she alleged mistreatment by the Canadian Police Services. The online harassment escalated until she was forced to flee her home country to escape. With the media and an entire community backing her, she raised over $100,000 on GoFundMe to recoup her losses and pursue legal action against law enforcement. This is the story the public heard all the way up in 2022. Turns out her entire career and almost everything she said is a lie. Join me as I take you down a journey that involves SWAT teams, misgendering, do-it-yourself hormones, cat boys, and a scam many have tried to expose, yet for some reason almost no one is talking about. Before we get into the real meat and potatoes, I should probably explain a bit more about who Keffals is. Her name is Clara Sorrenti, first rose to prominence in a community of another left-wing political streamer named Vosh, garnering a following by posting memes on Twitter. With this notoriety, she began streaming video games on Twitch in March of 2020. Her focus shifted to politics later that year after a wave of anti-trans legislation swept through the United States. She went on to raise $200,000 for a campaign for Southern equality to protect trans youth. By the end of the year, her Twitter surpassed 10,000 followers, and while most were on board with the activist, others grew very critical of how she used her platform. Clara regularly directed her chat to brigade targets by ratioing them. Ratioing, for anybody who's not terminally online, is when you try to get more likes than the original post in a quote tweet or a reply. This amounted to coordinating.
Wow. Just wow to that statement.
I don't understand the whole point of trying to ratio people.
I don't know either. It doesn't make sense to me. None of that makes fucking sense to me whatsoever. But maybe I'm just fucking old school. But what do you think so far? What do you think so far?
Well, I don't think she should have used the funds for anything other than what she said she was going to use them for. I think that she should be forced to refund everyone that supported it, because that's just wrong. That's just not nice to do.
I mean, this is the internet we're talking about here. Scammers seem to be plentiful, to say the least.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Well, let's continue.
Her chat on stream, and even if you blocked her, she would just use alternate accounts to achieve this goal. It was through this that she got into her first real internet beef in early 2022. On March 22nd, 2022, Clara had a spat with online notorious agitator Ian Miles Chong. Their back and forth continued for hours as she commanded her viewers to ratio him. Then at around 4:50 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, her chat was brigaded with hateful messages. Despite the timing, one of her mods would end up blaming someone else, another streamer named Destiny. Destiny is a kind of progenitor of the entire online leftist streaming space. His stream is where both Vosh and Hassan Piker got their start. These people used to be friends, and nowadays, not so much. And that is reflected in their communities. The only evidence implicating Destiny was a quote tweet where he called her Cringe. Ooh, the shock. It was posted 2 hours after the rape. Despite this, Clara and her community insisted it was his fault. Once again, there was no evidence he had any involvement, yet she used it as justification to deplatform him. Her first response was to try to get his Twitter mass reported and banned. She set her sights on his Twitch channel, launching what can only be described as a full-fledged character assassination. There are countless examples of her legitimate slander and flat-out lies about Destiny. He detailed the worst of her behavior in an extensive document he published back in 2022. And I'm only going to touch on a few examples because this video is going to be as long as it is. The first thing to point out is she was successful in depriving him of one of his main sources of income. She painted Destiny as transphobic for not supporting trans women competing in sports with cis women. Even if you disagree with this, that doesn't necessarily make Destiny transphobic. It's a fringe pressure point of a much larger, broader issue. It's a highly specific, contentious issue and an unfair characterization of his broader catalog. Regardless, her labeling garnered enough support to get Destiny banned off of Twitch within 24 hours for hate speech. She immediately took credit, gloating about taking away his primary source of income. Hey Steve, I just took away your primary source of income. Please leave me alone and stop bullying trans people for content. He picked a fight with me, he got banned, I won. This behavior was not only encouraged, but rewarded with 30,000 new followers that week.
That's fucking disturbing.
Yeah, that's not nice. Oh, why can't just people get along nowadays?
I'm not like I know some people are definitely going to compare this to me and Irish, and here's the difference between me and Irish. He threatened to go after my family. He literally threatened to make my family homeless. He threatened to kill my family. I gotta stop saying the R word blatantly, but he wanted to violate. That's the word I'm going to use now. He wanted to violate my mom, and he wanted to kill me, just straight up in my Minecraft career or whatever phrase you want to use.
Yeah.
But either way, he wanted to do something horrible. So the fact of the matter is, when I don't brag about the fact that I exposed him. If anything, it bothers me that I had to go that far. Because I wanted it to be done and over with. I wanted to move on with my life. He didn't. So I was left with no other choice but to expose him. What do you think, Luna?
I think that was just not the way to go. I think people who basically do that are just like going to get karma sooner or later.
Yeah. And as we will probably watch later in this video, karma does come for Keffals. Because in my opinion, when you act like that, when you take a... Because my thing is, it's one thing to expose somebody. It's another thing to label them as something they're not, and then get their income taken away and brag about the fact that you're taking away their income. Like, that's disturbing. And that shows a level of immaturity that I absolutely do not agree with. And before anybody uses the EDP argument, well, then you support EDP by that logic. No, I do not support him. I think that bastard doesn't deserve a platform. Not because I want him to be broke, but because I don't want him to have a major platform where he could access the prey, which is children, because he's a predator towards children. And that's the difference between how I feel about him and how I feel about Keffals. Or Destiny, I should say. Even though I don't like Destiny, I think he's a piece of trash. He's fucking insane and he needs help. Like, lots of help. Or the best way to phrase it is that he is a dumbass. You're a dumbass. I'm just saying he is. But that doesn't justify taking a man's food away from him. or his source of income to get food. That's ridiculous. So, disturbing behavior. Absolutely disturbing behavior. Well, let's continue.
An important thing to remember is that if you're banned off Twitch, you cannot appear on the site at all. For the longest time, you couldn't even show his face on screen without getting in trouble. Now that he couldn't defend himself, she spread even more blatant falsehoods. The same day, she baselessly accused Destiny of stealthing, which is secretly removing a condom during sex without the partner's consent. This is generally considered a form of you-know-what, which Clara brings up in her
Sexual
accusation.
Violation.
Oh yeah, meanwhile he stealths people, which is legitimately a form of
Wow.
insane shit.
To this day, there has never been any evidence or even an allegation made towards Destiny about this. She walked it back shortly after, which shows just how callous she is towards claims of such a serious nature.
Which is... Now, here's the thing. Destiny has gotten in trouble recently for revenge porn and sending pornography to people he shouldn't be sending to. Not minors in the instance. What he would do is he would secretly record people, usually without their consent, and then send it to other people as a bragging tool to get them to want to have sex with him. Whether it was male or female, he did it to a whole bunch of people, and it took a couple of OnlyFans models to finally expose him. Which bothered a lot of them because they didn't want to be OnlyFans models, but now because of that, like, they were OnlyFans models. They were making money off of suggestive pictures and whatnot, not necessarily, to my knowledge, outright having relations with other individuals. So I'm like, oh. So I'm like, it's kind of screwed up to record somebody without their permission or sharing their illicit pictures without their permission. That's really screwed up. That is a messed up mentality and really shows that he has an ego that needs to be knocked down a few pegs. However, to blatantly accuse somebody of that without evidence is absolutely disturbing. It's like, for a fact, JKB outright accused me of being a predator. He has yet to show any evidence. Nobody has showed any proof that I'm a predator, but yet they make the claims. And in my opinion, the reason a lot of people do that is because it's a way of discrediting. It's a way to basically go, well, see, I don't like him, therefore, and I disagree with him, therefore, he's a predator. That's what it is. He's a predator. That's actually what he is. See, he actually is a predator, and he was trying to groom you into doing something. Like, I've seen that all the time, especially for trans individuals. Luna, do people often say you're a predator because you're trans?
I've been called that, yes, because of being trans, and that and a rapist and other things. But never to my face. Only really behind my back.
Right, and there's no evidence to prove it, but these people make these baseless allegations. And that's simply what going to be a recurring theme with Keffals, is baseless accusations that she will throw at you. So let's go ahead and continue the video.
But because he was deplatformed, she was able to further a false narrative to her chat, as well as tens of thousands of people on Twitter. They all either assumed she was being honest or didn't care she was slandering him because they had already disliked Destiny. In retrospect, her behavior paints a clear picture of how she would conduct herself in the future. It wasn't long into this drama that Keffals got noticed by the site Kiwi Farms, who started a thread about her on March 26, 2022. Clara quickly tried to guilt Destiny by association, claiming he used the forum and was even friends with the owner. And what was the reasoning? Well, because apparently he has an account is because he was a target on the site since 2017 with his own board. All his posts are arguing with trolls in his own thread. He was also never friends with Null, who is the owner of Kiwi Farms. He has also gone on record record to wish him death several times. Null, by the way, wishing death on Destiny.
And this is while he's out, I guess, around with. And it's just like he's super gross, and sometimes he says things which are funny or agreeable, and it's like, I wish I could like you, bro, but you're creepy and gross and weird, and your brain's all up, and your shit's all retarded, and you talk like a. So we can't be friends, and I kind of think the world would be better off with the.
Clara knew this, but intentionally spread a lie that they met 10 years ago on the game StarCraft. When confronted, she admitted, I know, I wanted him to respond to the accusation, it was bait. At this point, I should probably take some time to explain exactly what Kiwi Farms is. Kiwi Farms is an online website dedicated to discussing internet figures. Okay, you probably heard about internet lolcows, people like Chris Chan, Boogie2988, or Daniel Larson, who has his own legal problems of late. The website's composed of various threads where users effectively congregate to document and follow individuals with a negative lens, okay? Now, we have to acknowledge that Kiwi Farms does allow doxing, okay? On the site, it's permitted to post the personal information of anybody being discussed, including full names, phone numbers, home addresses, hell, even blood type if you can find it, and most other forms of personally identifiable information. It's also a site where anything goes, okay? It's like the Wild West of the internet. You ever try to look up me on some of these threads? You'll probably find Indian and poo in the loo and crazy stuff all day, every day. Kiwi Farms was made back in 2013 by Joshua Connor Moon, also online known as Null.
This is, and people wonder why free speech is getting censored. I wonder why. You got any thoughts?
Yeah. I just think a lot of people, but I just think like nice people on the internet, it can be very hard to find. And especially nowadays, there's just like another drama after the next, and it's getting to a point where there's a lot of different dramas all happening at the same time. Because you had the Nux Taco drama, you currently have the Some Ordinary Gamers drama, you have the Cinder drama, and then you also have
Blowback.
like one thing, yeah. And then you also have like key figures leaving the VTuber community, which is has thrown the internet and stirred like our girl graduating, and amongst a couple others as well. And for those who don't know, graduation is like a term where they basically are either choose to leave the company or they're basically just fired, and they can't be that role anymore unless they own the rights to their VTuber model.
Yeah, to the character in question.
Yeah.
Let's not forget iDubbbz and Ethan Klein, that whole situation with Hassan Piker, where Ethan Klein went after Hassan Piker for basically helping pirates get popular on the Twitch platform. And then when Ethan Klein pointed it out, iDubbbz decided to get involved by fucking Ethan over, helping DenofTimbs spread a video where it was total lies about Ethan's children that led to the FBI and CPS showing up to his house and potentially trying to take his kids away from him and sending him human fucking skulls in the mail that were the size of his kids' skulls, roughly around the same ages, as a threat that the family was going to get murdered just because he said Israel deserves to live as a country. I want you to think about that.
I just, stuff like that's just very uncalled for. Like we all have our opinions. Not everyone's gonna agree with them, but like doing all of that just because someone believes a country should still exist is insane.
That is a level of mentally disturbed that I don't even know where to begin, and it only fucking gets worse with that. And I simplified the whole situation, probably a little too simplified, but that's like a fucking whole ass rabbit hole that would need to be reserved for later. But let's get back on discussing Keffals though, because this right here, honestly, in my opinion, is one of the biggest reasons why trans individuals, at least from an outsider looking at, people like her I believe are the reason why trans individuals get no respect, they get no help, they're looked at as predators because look what she's doing. Predatory behavior. Absolutely predatory behavior. When again, that's an outsider looking in. How do you feel as someone who actually is trans? How does this make you feel?
She gives like, I agree that she basically gives people like me a very bad name. Makes it harder for us to really get support, especially when Trump can just say a bunch of stuff, and a lot of people just see what like Keffals does, and a lot of other trans women that are similar to Keffals, and they just basically end up agreeing with Trump, making it where it's harder for trans people to get like proper treatment and support, and a lot of people will go out of their way to either just physically harm or straight up, you know, kill or violate trans women out on the street and whatnot. And a lot of places will also end up just refusing service to trans women.
It's not only
And like,
that, but sorry to
yeah,
interrupt you, but it's not just that. It's like Ape Eric, really good friend of the channel, one of my great friends. He talks about he has a problem with the T because he goes by the alphabet name. And his problem is that he sees people like Keffals. He sees people like Keffals, and I'm trying to think of a few others that come to mind that act similar to her. He sees people like that, and he's like, well, this is obviously mental illness, mentally insane. This isn't right. I'm like, well, yeah, there is a mental illness. It's called gender dysphoria. Like, and if a lot more people did research into it, they would understand. But the problem is they don't want to understand is because like people like Keffals. People like Keffals make it so easy to just write off something you don't want to understand. It's like for example, it's like let's see, I'm trying to think of like a good example of something. It's like learning a new musical instrument that you don't care about. Like let's say the saxophone. I play drums. I'm learning to play bass guitar. I got one right next to me. And like so it's pretty easy for me to love these instruments, but I don't really care for the saxophone. But but let's say someone was presenting me the idea of, well, if you learn the saxophone, you could do this and this and this. Well, that seems intriguing. But then I hear all over the news that this saxophone player violated this person, and this saxophone player murdered a whole orphanage with an atomic bomb or something of equal insanity. And it's not the person's fault. It's the whatever they're dealing with. It's the saxophone's fault. Well, if he just didn't have that saxophone in his hand, he wouldn't have detonated that nuclear bomb that killed all those orphanages. And it's like, and I know I'm using something comical, but it is to get a point across that it's blaming the illness for people's faults rather than blaming the people for their faults. The biggest one I use all the time is blaming God for your problems. Well, here's the thing. It isn't God's fault that you decided to, say, shoot your neighbor because their neighbor crapped on your lawn. Because the neighbor's dog crapped on your lawn and you stepped in it. It's like, it's not God's fault. You shot them. You took the action. You killed them. It's your responsibility. Now, it's another thing if you believe you're hearing God tell you to, say, murder a bunch of innocent people on a bus or something like that. That's mental illness at that point. And you obviously, and I'm not trying to justify murder people here with mental illness, but it is also a thing of it should be taken serious and you should get treatment for your health. Now, I'm not saying you should be out and about doing as you wish. you should be forever monitored, in my opinion. Stay on a monitoring list for the rest of your life. And if you are well again, we should keep you on a monitoring list so that way we can make sure that never happens again, or at least at the very, very, very fucking least, not the exact same circumstances. But that's where I stand on this. You got any other thoughts or opinions you want to add before we continue?
Yeah, I kind of when we were talking about like transmitters, other transmitters similar to Keffals. I remembered when you were thinking of like someone else. I mean, I remembered where there was like a bunch of people that went after streamers like Silvervale for playing the Harry Potter Hogwarts Legacy game.
Oh yeah, Hogwarts Legacy.
Yeah, because they were going after people who were playing it and streaming it because the I forget her name, J.K. Rowling. She is like anti-trans, but the thing is that uh, people should be able to distance the art from the artist. And not only that, but the thing is that J.K. Rowling had no part in the game's creation. She didn't help make the game at all. She just get all that the only involvement she has, well, the only relation she has to the game is that she gets royalty checks from all the sales the game makes because it's her IP. Other than that, the people that made it asked her if they could make the game, and she approved as long as they sent her royalty checks for every sale. So they basically, so the people that made it made the game themselves, and it has really no relation to her other than it being her intellectual property. And people made a whole website and like search engine to find people who are currently streaming the game so that they could go harass them. And I think that's very like, I get that like if you don't like, if you can't separate the art from the artist, I mean that's fine. You don't have to consume the art. But it's an entirely different thing to go out of your way to harass people and bull over trying to play a game that they like just because you don't like it. And they would also say that like if you play this game, you're anti-trans and you support like trans harm and all that, and that's not the case. And I think like people shouldn't do that, trans or not.
Well, that just goes to show you the lack of maturity, the lack of respect, and the lack of intelligence to properly research that. And I remember that going down, and I went, because I was telling my trans sister about it, I said, it doesn't make sense. Like, because I said, by that logic, then I would be a sexual predator because I listened to Elvis Presley. Elvis Presley dated a 17-year-old and married her in Las Vegas. So by that logic, and people call him a predator for doing that, even though, like that's fucking that was fucking weird. That really was weird. I can't say it was predatory because the parents agreed to it. So there's that. And technically, legally speaking, he also was within the law as well. So there's a lot of I can't say that's predatory, but a lot of people do say that he was a predator. So and they say if you listen to his music, that means you're a predator. And I say, well, that's bullshit. Yeah. His music isn't predatory. He was a phenomenal fucking singer, phenomenal guitarist, phenomenal showman. I can't.
Wait, didn't he also die on a toilet?
Yes, he allegedly died on a toilet, but we don't talk about that. That's not the point.
Besides the point, yeah.
The point I'm getting at is that it's fucked up to say that somebody is something just because they listen, play, or watch something that may be of the opposite opinion. I'm like, just because I listen to a joke song about this guy smacking his wife in the kitchen because she's bitching at him about having to make him chicken doesn't mean I agree with it. I think the song is stupid and funny, but I would never fucking do that. And if I knew somebody who was doing that, I'd beat the shit out of him myself. And I'm blatantly saying it.
Yeah.
I would beat the shit out of him myself. I don't care if I lose that fucking fight. You just don't beat a woman for no reason. I totally disagree with domestic violence. I think it's stupid. I think it's fucking mature, and it shows a lack of intelligence. But at the end of the day, my point stands is that if you're a trans person, or if you know somebody that's trans, don't just assume that they're a predator just because you've seen people like Keffals, who is a fucking predator. Because she is. And that's really what she is. She's a fucking predator. And the evidence will, as it goes down the video, will show you. But let's continue.
The original purpose of the site was to document internet figure Chris Chan. After they covered Chris Chan initially, it started to change itself and rebrand into a general purpose online gossip wiki, so to speak, where they started to cover various individuals like Darkside Phil, Boogie, Wings of Redemption, who all actually have threads. And the site does have a propensity to make threads about transgender individuals. Anti-trans sentiment is banned on a lot of major platforms, and as a result, the site has become a place for those opinions to effectively congregate. Now again, I want to start off by saying I don't endorse or support that behavior. In fact, I outright condemn it, alright? There's no reason to have any form of hate on the internet. That being said, alright, whatever goes on the site does fall under free speech and is entirely legal, okay? It's somewhat of a misnomer online that apparently doxing somebody is against the law. It is against the law to hack someone's accounts and breach their privacy to obtain their personal information, but that behavior is not encouraged by the site, and of course that behavior is punishable by law. But technically, it is not against the law to post someone's address against their will. As shitty as that sounds, most controversial internet figures have threads on this site where they not only document their personal information.
To clarify even further, here's where the legality stands on doxing. If you obtain the person's information, you cannot post it with malicious intentions. And what that means is that if, let's say, Irish goes on Twitter right now and posts my address and says, this is my former best friend, this is where he lives, go pay him a visit. That's malicious intentions because he's inviting people to my house without my permission, without my consent, to potentially harass me, kill me and my family, or damage my property in some kind of manner that would actually cripple me or harm me. Cripple like financially, for example, not necessarily physically. That's the legality of it. But if you just post somebody's address, that's not really illegal. And that was the point I was trying to get across when I was talking about Irish to them, and that was what a few people on the live stream, I'm not going to name any names, but that's what a few people on the live stream didn't understand that I was trying to get across, was that what he was doing was blackmail and doxing, not just sharing public information, because of the manner in which not only did he get my information, because he claims he used the dark web, when there's plenty of public websites that actually have my personal information. I know, I've seen them, and they have refused to take it down for God knows what reason. He chose to use the dark web, which more likely means illegally obtaining my personal information. So that's where the legality sit on that. It's a bit of a gray water, but this helps prevent getting arrested just because you post somebody's address. It doesn't necessarily mean you have malicious intentions. You could have made a mistake. Maybe you meant to make a private chat about it, and you accidentally say copy and paste it on Facebook and you post it, and you didn't mean to post that person's address. You meant to post, say, your address. For example, let's say you're having a yard sale, right? and you accidentally post your neighbor's address. You meant to post your own, but you copied the wrong one without paying attention, posting it without double checking, and then, well, unfortunately, people go to the wrong address. Obviously, as long as no harm really befalls that person, then for the most part, you're going to be in the fine. Now, I am not encouraging people to use this as a legal excuse. I am not a lawyer. I am not a consultant. I'm not an officer. I'm not a district attorney or a judge or anyone that handles the law. So do not take anything I say as legal advice, because I promise you, your ass more likely will be in jail as the judge is laughing at you all the way to the jail. So with that out of the way, that hopefully helps clarify a little bit more about doxing and what technically is illegal and what is legal, but technicalities is a touchy subject. But what do you think?
I think that doing anything with anyone's like address, whether you're obtained legally or illegally, with malicious intent, is just like basically borderline on going just way too far. I think. I don't think anyone should like get people's address without their permission. Even if you can find it publicly, I don't think you should search that out, especially with malicious intent. And let alone actually do something about it, like sending people over there or going there yourself to do something. I just think all of that's very wrong.
Again, we're dealing with individuals that have no respect for their fellow man or their fellow friends. It's a lot of just, fuck it, I'll do as I see fit. Anyways, I think we should continue the video.
But they collect any piece of content, tweets, and documents that they post online. So early on, Clara blamed the thread's creation on Destiny, saying he was the reason they found out about her. Later, she admitted it was her constant instigating that actually caught their attention.
How did the Kiwi Farm stuff even start? They noticed me because I started doing Twitter ratios. And they went from getting mad about Twitter ratios to digging up every single thing in the last 28 years of my life, looking for more reasons to be mad at me.
Again, hypocrisy and misstatements are going to be rife in this video. After Destiny got banned from Twitch, the owner of Kiwi Farms discussed their feud on their podcast. The episode was streamed live on March 25th. Clara reacted on Twitter, calling him the final boss of transphobes, and proclaiming she wouldn't back down. I have done nothing wrong, nor will I be going anywhere. Her thread was created the next day, racking up page after page scrutinizing her early life and online history. That included rumors of embezzling funds from her local Communist Party chapter for opiates, and a supposed Discord server called the Catboy Ranch. It was posted alongside her and her family's personal information, which understandably made her very upset. Clara spoke out about this, which led many people who'd been similarly targeted to join her in solidarity. This began what eventually became #DropKiwiFarms. #DropKiwiFarms was a movement to get the site taken off the internet. They specifically went after service providers like Cloudflare, who provided DDoS protection and mitigation services. They argued Kiwi Farms was a stalking and harassment site that bullied people into taking their own lives. However, this largely picked up after her story received widespread mainstream coverage. For a while, her focus stayed on trying to bludgeon Destiny with their reputation. On July 18th, Keffals announced a tell-all about Destiny's association with the site. This backfired because her thumbnail used a picture of Destiny's face, violating Twitch's policy on banned streamers. Her channel got banned before she could even start, forcing her to stream on YouTube instead. The attention only incentivized Kiwi Farms to keep prodding, and a week later she fell victim to an attempted swatting. The incident has made public on the 9th of August in a video titled, "My Life is in Danger, I Need Your Help." Clara explained that 4 days earlier, on August 5th, she woke up to police services pointing an assault rifle at her face.
On August 5th, I was woken up by London Police Services pointing an assault rifle in my face.
A letter had been emailed to every city council member in London, Ontario, threatening a mass. Clara was arrested, booked, and held in custody for 11 hours. They searched her apartment and confiscated several devices. They allegedly misgendered her and even booked her under her dead name. If you're unaware, dead naming refers to using a prior name for a trans person generally associated with the gender they were assigned at birth. This worsened an already traumatic experience she considered a hate crime. The video was posted alongside a GoFundMe with the stated intent of helping Clara recoup her losses, move immediately, and build a legal fund to protect her rights. It received widespread media attention, bringing in over $100,000 in donations. Even with their support, however, it seemed like there was no escape. Trolls kept figuring out her location as she was forced into hiding, and her battle against Kiwi Farms continued. Even after fleeing the continent, eventually she was successful in getting the site dropped by Cloudflare, who cited an imminent threat to human life. Without their protection, Kiwi Farms became vulnerable to illegal denial of service attacks and was forced to shut down. Now this is the story that the public was led to believe. Concluding a successful campaign, Keffals reiterated over and over that the site had been shut down. It only became more difficult to insist as time had gone on, given it's obviously not true. Kiwi Farms is up to this day, and by all metrics, it has way more stability than ever before. And what many of her supporters don't realize is that this is truly the beginning of the web of lies that make up this entire ordeal. Almost everything you've heard about this whole situation is a lie, and that's why I'm going to explore in depth in these next two sections. These are two very important aspects to the story to address: her portrayal of the swatting and how exactly the money was spent.
I think that she is not a very honest person, that she shouldn't have a platform either, for not only lying to people, but also like taking away people's income, and as well as just taking their money and a lot of other stuff. Like, she's just not a very nice person, and it's not because she's trans. It's just because like she's just not a good person. A lot of people will blame certain people being bad just because they're trans, and I'm like, that's them being trans has nothing to do is why they're a bad person. They're just a bad person. That's that. I don't know why people like to blame people being like trans people being horrible is because they're trans, and that
When
all
it comes to
trans
something
people
as
are like
serious as
that.
swatting, it's important not to
Now it should be coming through, because for one reason I went muted for a second. There we go. Now it's working. Testing.
Mm.
Testing. Let's see. Nope.
And that's why I'm going to explore in depth in these next two sections. These are two very important aspects.
I'll cut that out. 3, 2, 1. So, like, to continue on with what you were saying, I have to fully agree, honestly. I don't think she should have a platform. In my opinion, there's no reason that she needs a platform. Not when she acts like this. Not when she... Because, like, honestly, do you accept her as a trans activist?
No.
Do you
If anything, sorry, if anything, she's probably deactivist, where she's just basically making it to where like she's deactivating any and all potential like good things for trans people. Like, she's basically paying. If she if she is actually cleansing and she is like the most well known, then she is doing the most harm to our community, and is actually giving Trump like like I forget the word. Like it's basically essentially she's making people think Trump is in the right for trying to take away our rights and making it to where like we're just bad people and that we're out to like force other people to be trans and trying to even like force kids to be trans without any prior like signs of them potentially being trans, and it's just doing more harm than good to our community.
Because like here's the thing that like Trump and others have pointed out, and it's gonna come off like I'm a hypocrite because I did vote for him and I'm someone who does advocate for trans rights. I pointed out that the reason I voted for him was economic reasons, not necessarily for other policies. As the opposition I was given had no policies to help anybody, so I was like, either pick the person I don't like or pick the person that's going to do fuck all for the office. So that's the way I looked at it, because there was no good third parties. But that's a whole political conversation that can be had in the comment section below. My stance on it is that I don't necessarily agree with the idea that minors can be trans. And the reason I don't believe it is because of the scientific evidence about puberty and how it affects the human brain. However, I can be fully understanding that maybe the science that we have now is wrong, because science is always about growing and evolving and learning. I'm not going to sit here and say that I am some super minded genius that knows everything. No, I don't know what it's like to be trans. I don't know much about it past the fact that I know there's a mental illness it's connected to, and this is not to be insulting to trans people. I know that, and gender affirming care, I think is what it's called, is one of the main ways of treating it. Behavioral therapy, I've been told, is another one that can help treat it as well. And that particular illness often stems from those who are sexually violated when they were young. It's the term I'm going to use. Because what actually happened to them is worse than that, but I'm trying to roll back some of the stuff I say and do, because I'm trying to get monetized on YouTube here. So here comes the shameless plug. Make sure you hit the subscribe button below. Make sure you hit the like, share. Don't forget to check out my Patreon. Don't forget to go to my merch shop and get yourself a Horror House Media t-shirt. I'm not wearing one because I haven't washed my shirt, but when I wash it, I'll wear it again because it's stupidly comfortable. It's unbelievable. But shameless plug aside, and sponsorship by me.
Because because I do know, for me, without any influence, I've been trans since I was little. Although I was in the closet until 2019, but ever since I was as far back as as like 5 years old, I was always wishing to have the body of a girl. And I found out at a very young age that birthday wishes or wishing by blowing on a dandelion or shooting star or any form of wishes, like wish making, I found out that was basically all fake before I found out Santa and the Tooth Fairy were fake, because it just never happened. And I didn't have anyone influencing me. If anything, it was the opposite. I grew up with my grandfather, and he was very insistent that women do women. He'd be like, women do women things and men do men things. Since I was born biologically male, I wasn't allowed to do anything feminine whatsoever. I had to watch male TV shows, and I got grounded once because I played a female in a Lego video game. The game in question was Lego Indiana Jones, the original adventures. And the thing is, since I mainly lived, since I was the only child growing up with my grandparents, I didn't have my sister, my cousins to help me with the level, and some of the levels require you to play a female, as the females have a high jump, and they use
Yeah.
that for puzzles. And the thing is, since I was by myself and I was trying to beat the game, I had to swap to a female character to do a puzzle, and my grandfather saw me swap to it to do the puzzle. I got grounded because I was a female character. Another time, I was also forced to delete a female character I made on PlayStation Home on the PS3 back in the day before the PS4 came out. And I will also on PS3, it was not allowed to have like a female anything, whether in games or a profile. And so my grandfather like pushed all of that heavily. And so I didn't have any influence to be trans. It's just who I am. And
Uh,
I just, none of that felt right. Because
but
whenever I had the chance, sorry,
no,
I
you're
didn't mean to
good.
interrupt you.
The thing I was going to say is, and now compare that to a lot of these trans activists you see. They go, well, I watched this person, Keffals, for example. I've actually seen quite a few of these nut jobs, is what I call them, because a lot of them are fucking legitimately crazy, and they say crazy things that are just like, they say you should kill all conservatives, which I'm like, well, that doesn't totally make you insane and ruin other trans people's lives at all. Totally. Oh, good lord.
Yeah.
But that's besides the point. You'll see all over in media, social media, the news, whether it be CNN or Fox. I see constant videos where these people say, well, I was inspired by these trans people like Keffals and whatnot to become trans. And I'm like, to myself, I kind of wonder, is it them jumping on a boat to be a victim so they could, feel like they're beating an oppressor? Or is it they truly do feel this way? This is what happened to them, and this is what they want to become. Like Luna right here, like she just said, is an example of somebody who wasn't influenced at all. She was not influenced whatsoever to become trans. She is trans. And I tell people all the time that the thing about it is that a lot of people are either going to extreme ends when we should be coming into the middle, either completely painting every trans person as a predator, which is absolutely fucking wrong, or forcing gender affirming ideologies onto kids that really don't understand. Because how, I actually asked a liberal friend of mine, how is a 5-year-old supposed to understand what transgenderism is? How, when their brain is just starting to really be able to regurgitate memories, and they're learning how to speak and write. I can understand when they
When I
teach
was
them respect, because you should teach kids how to respect people, because that's another problem, is that with my generation and the generation coming up, is that we don't know what fucking respect is. Well, I do, but I can say a lot of people around my age I know don't know what the fuck yes sir, yes ma'am means. No sir, no ma'am. They go, I'll do it later, mom. And I'm like, I want to fucking slap you for saying that. It's yes ma'am, no ma'am, asshole.
Yeah, because when I was 5, I didn't understand, and the whole, why I felt that way. I just know for some reason that my body just felt wrong. I didn't know why. I didn't understand why, or why. I just know. Because when I was 5, all I really understood was what what I could feel, and I didn't really understand anything else.
Yeah, and that's why I tell people, like, this is where, like, I don't necessarily believe that all trans people are groomers. That's like saying every conservative is a sexual predator. I'm just going to say it outright like that. Well, that's not really true. Yes, there's predators in every community. Keffals is an example of a predator in the trans community, but there's EDP. He's a predator technically in the conservative community, but none of us who are conservative want him. We've all long since kicked his ass out. There's predators like Destiny in the leftist community, and Hassan, and Denims, and a few others. All fucking predators in one way or another. And it just goes to show you that, like I tell people, there's predators in every community because humanity in of itself is truly evil. And that's the problem there, is that we are evil to ourselves. We are mankind. But to, again, bring it back to Keffals, like, how does this all tie to her? This is example of, like, a lot of my opinions were originally formed because of Keffals. It took people like Luna to, like, help me understand that Keffals is not the example that people should be led by. She is the example of who not to be. That not every single trans person is like that. Because I used to have that kind of bias. I will admit I used to have that kind of bias about trans people. But once I met
Did you have
Luna,
that bias when I met you? Oh yeah, it can. Yeah, right. Sorry.
but when I met
My
Luna,
autism.
my mind was blown. It was changed. I understood trans people better now. I understand the plight better. Now, however, I am not saying I'm educated, nor am I saying I'm a transphobe. I used to not like it because of people like Keffals. And that's the point I want to get across. People like Keffals who say they're a trans activist lead people like me to vote for people like Trump. Because why would I want to support someone who acts like that? And that's the point I'm trying to get across. And I will make it very clear here. I am a trans activist. I do believe that transgender is a real fucking thing. It's a real medical issue. And we should put money into investigating it and finding ways to treat it. Because mental health is just as important as physical health. Just because you are gender dysphoric does not mean it's any less dangerous than cancer is. The only difference being is one will plague you for the rest of your life, the other one will more than likely take your life. Without treatment, obviously. And that's the point I want to get across. And I know, again, it's a lot of people say, well, I'm a hypocrite because I'm conservative. And I make it clear that I'm only conservative to some points. I'm not purely conservative. I'm actually a moderate Republican or conservative, whichever way you want to phrase it. I have a lot of conservative views, but not all of my views are conservative. And again, this is a political aspect to it that I said we were going to talk about. So we're talking about it. And
sorry for the clicking. I was trying to start the stove. It's a gas stove.
I got a gas stove too, so I understand exactly what you're talking about. So let me sum up everything I have said into this point. I support trans people. I believe transgenderism is a thing, and I believe that it deserves respect just like any other mental health or physical health deserves. However, I do not like people like Keffals who take advantage of those who are in a situation like Luna, take advantage of their position in power and run to the transgenderism when they're being held accountable for their sins. Like, as the example I used there, the blaming God for your actions. No, you took the actions, you committed the crimes, therefore you deserve to pay for it. Pay for your sins. And I'm sure I'm going to get flamed for not liking transgender people at first. I always get flamed for everything, so it doesn't, that won't bother me. But however, I'm sure I'm gonna blow a bunch of people's mind when they go, "Oh wow, you used to not like trans people?" Like, yeah, it's Keffals. Keffals did it. Legitimately. It was fucking Keffals. Because of the fact that she used her transgender let's see, I'm gonna say issues as a shield against legitimate criticism and legitimate what's the other word I'm looking for? Doesn't matter. Those who had legitimate criticisms against her, critiques, that's the other one, or legitimate critiques against her and what she does. And that's where I stand on it. Which gets me a lot of hate in a lot of different communities, but I'm not going to sit here and bend my knee to other people's opinions because, unlike Keffals, I don't suck people off for money. Get the zinger in. Any final thoughts or opinions before we continue?
One there's this one trans, content creator that I think is really good and actually does benefit and help the trans community out. And her name is Yuko EX. That's her content creator name. She's a trans VTuber, and she makes she has made like a lot of videos. It was like helping trans women to like voice train and what techniques they should do. I need to watch them more because I still need to like get better at voice training. But she also makes like a lot of videos where like about trans memes and just helping trans people, like give content that help trans people as much as possible, whether to laugh or to help them feel more comfortable with themselves.
Right.
And I think like trans women like Yuko are way better of an example of who to follow than Keffals.
If you remind me, send me a link to them and I'll link them below. Because it sounds like they deserve a shout out more than fucking Keffals ever does. But let's continue on with the video.
To the story to address her portrayal of the swatting and how exactly the money was spent. When it comes to something as serious as swatting, it's important not to downplay its severity. This is a crime that's taken innocent people's lives. But curiously, her story began to change as time went on. The narrative set forth in her initial video is one of terror. Clara says on the 5th of August, she is awoken by police services pointing an assault rifle at her face. This specific detail is referenced in her video several times.
On August 5th, I was woken up by London police services pointing an assault rifle in my face at my home. When I was woken up by police officers and saw the assault rifle pointed at me, I thought I was going to die. I feel traumatized.
Her story then changed to an encounter in the hallway. The exact phrasing is that she went into the hallway and then saw the weapon.
The email, Sorrenti says, had given out her real address and resulted in police with guns at her doorstep and her being arrested.
When I went into the hallway and then saw that assault rifle, I screamed and I thought I was going to die.
A month later, she admitted that they didn't enter her apartment until after she was in custody.
They did not go into my apartment until after I was in custody, and they had a search warrant signed.
These next few clips are of Alex, her fiance at the time. Alex confirms she didn't wake up with a gun in her face and reveals Clara wasn't even the one to answer the door. They spoke to Alex first, who was already awake, and gave Clara enough time to put on pajamas.
So it wasn't quite that they knocked on the door and I answered.
My sub is go.
Rather, I was getting ready for the shower and there was a tremendous pounding. And so, yeah, someone did not wake her with a rifle pointed 3 inches from her face. But essentially, as soon as she woke up,
Was I in a state of undress? I was naked and I had to put on a pair of pajamas that was like on the floor before I could even go out to see the police officers.
See, the story has already morphed significantly from Clara waking up to guns in her face, to seeing guns in the hallway, to police never entering the apartment at all. The lack of consistency is concerning, given she was supposed to be taking legal action against them. And I mean, Keffals went so far as to compare herself to a victim of police brutality. Every time I see another story involving an innocent black man being killed by the police, I think back to last month when I had an assault rifle. Dog, whatever you think about the interaction, it is by no means comparable to what happened to Elijah McClain. And the fact that she can't keep her story straight just makes this so much more worse. Clara also claimed police were transphobic.
Oh my god. Unbelievable. So unfucking believable. What the fuck? Why? Why? Just why? Why? I don't understand why. Why you would even remotely put that kind of post out. Why you would even remotely make that kind of statement. That's just absolutely horrifying. Look, you got any thoughts on it, Luna? Because I'm kind of like, what the fuck?
The fact, like Mudahar said, the fact that she can't keep her story straight really shows that she is lying and is just simply deceiving people into getting money so that for something she doesn't plan on actually doing and intends to use that money for other means. Which isn't that fraud?
Should be considered fraud, in my opinion.
Yeah, because she lied about what the money was going to be used for, and as well as lying about her story. Because or at least that's what it seems, because when people have inconsistencies like that without like hatching themselves, be like, oh yeah, I misremembered that part or something. Like if they have like a lot of inconsistent stories, that's definitely seen as a sign of lying, as they're just making up a story.
It's like I talk about the story of and I've said on Locale Clout Chasers, but the story, like I said, it was the time when I was violent, when I was working at Six Flags. I'm not going to tell the story again. If you want to hear it, go to Locale Clout Chasers. I talk about it there. But I've kept the story pretty consistent, and if I misremembered a detail, I always tried to correct it to make sure I told the story correctly, because I don't like to tell fibs or misremember stuff as much as possible. The human memory is scientifically proven to be inaccurate. That is true. However, that's not an excuse for you woke up with a gun in your face to you walked down a hallway and there was a gun in your face to now it was your ex-fiance, fiance at the time, who actually got the gun in their face, followed by you after you had enough time to get dressed. That's not misremembering, that's straight up lying. I mean, I could be wrong, but that's exactly what I think. And honestly, in my opinion, that makes her a dumbass. You're a dumbass. You're great. That's just my opinion. What do you got anything you want else to add?
I don't know why, but I'm probably always mishearing that soundboard, because at the end, to me, it always says, at the end, it always sounds like it's saying you're Greg.
Is you're a grade A, #1 bona fide first class. That's the line. But it cut off at grade.
Yeah, so to me, it just sounds like saying you're Greg at the end. So
You're
that's
Greg.
so much more funnier.
You're a dumbass. You're Greg. Greg, the dumbass.
Yeah, that's so much more funnier than what it actually says. Because just imagine just saying you're Greg as an insult, and then you just leave it there, and they're just like, what?
You're Greg. That's fucking great. Let's continue.
And booked her under a dead name. If you're unaware, dead naming again refers to using a prior name for a trans person generally associated with the gender they were assigned at birth.
During the arrest, the police officer referred to me by my dead name. I was booked in the station under my dead name. The police, when talking to my mother, referred to me as her son. The fact that a fake email led to London Police Services booking me under my dead name reveals the prejudice that many police have towards transgender people. This is despite the fact that the email contained my real name before ever even mentioning my dead name. This is one of the property bags returned to me after I was released from custody. All of the property bags returned to me have Roberts written on them. Roberts was my last name until I legally changed my name first to Kaylee Sorrenti on January 25th, 2012.
On August 11th, London Police Chief Steve Williams put out a statement regarding some of her accusations.
Oh my God.
He states that all activity in the holding cells is monitored by audio and video equipment. They reviewed the footage and found no evidence of Miss Sorrenti being addressed by her dead name and gender. Williams concluded her dead name was used on property bags due to the existence of a prior police report, explaining that it was literally for tracking purposes. He apologized and ensured a solution would be implemented to prevent any of this in the future. Claire responded to the statement by reiterating her dead name was used during the arrest. She even speculated the timing may have been intentional so they wouldn't get caught.
It's important that he said, "While I cannot confirm any conversations which might have transpired during Miss Sorrenti's initial arrest," and that's when it happened, "the activity in the holding cells is monitored. And I never made a statement about any bad things that happened while I was in custody." I would absolutely assume that when the police know that these things are being recorded and can be part of public record, they would be more careful with how they go about their business. I don't expect them to acknowledge how bad the situation actually was. And there's no way of verifying it besides first-person testimony because there's no body cams in the London Police Service.
Her own partner then contradicts the claim that she was dead named during the arrest, though alludes to unspecified misgendering that occurred. Once again, any instance after the arrest should have been captured on recording.
And they yelled at Clara while she was in bed. So she got up. They were saying, "Clara Sorrenti." Note that they did not use her dead name at this point either.
As far as I know, is there anything I missed, Alex?
I think that's really the main gist of the arrest portion, which was really the most traumatic in terms of, having the guns pointed at us, the misgendering that occurred. Yeah, that whole arrest. That is how it happened. It wasn't straight up dynamic entry. They didn't.
The absence of evidence means that this only remains a he said, she said scenario. But It's hard to take Clara's word at face value, given her complete and total lack of credibility. Another key part of her story was that police had confiscated their devices, resulting in significant financial damages.
They seized both my personal
Really?
and work phone, as
What
well
the
as the work
fuck?
computer that I broadcast on Twitch from. Not only that, but the police seized my fiance's cell phones and laptop, as well as their external drive, which contained the only copy of their PhD thesis and other important university documents. Because of the negligence of the police, we were both left functionally unemployed, and I have spent thousands of dollars replacing our computers and cell phones.
And this was one of her justifications to launch the GoFundMe, to recoup her losses.
I started a GoFundMe to move immediately, recoup my losses, and build a legal fund to protect my rights.
But there were no losses to recoup. The devices were returned after 3 days.
I eventually got my stuff back in like 3 days and got an apology from the chief of police.
That's nice.
So, yeah, that was really nice. Not nice how they responded to the situation, but I'll take it.
Now, if we're to believe that she meant 3 days after the swatting, that would place it on August 8th, a day before the GoFundMe started. There's also footage of Clara picking up her belongings from the police station, where you can see this property bag. It heavily resembles the property bag seen in her initial video. A close-up of one of the
Oh my God. Whoa, buddy. Just whoa, buddy. You got any thoughts? Anything you want to say? What?
I think the fact that she got, if what she said is true, which is hard to take at this point, it's really hard to take her word anyway. But if she did get her stuff 3 days before, and meaning 1 day before the GoFundMe, she actively deceived people to get more money from her than, or just, as well as just. Like, she's just not a very nice person. Again, it's not because she's trans, just because she's just a horrible person. Her being trans has nothing to do with it.
Horrifying, manipulating, lying bastard.
Which can be anyone, trans or not.
This is fucking mind blowing. This is mind blowing. I'm at a loss for fucking words at this point. I don't know what the fuck to say. Just what the fuck? Just wow. Wow. Let's continue.
shows us a date of August 8th, 2022. This again implies that she got her stuff back before the video and GoFundMe ever even went live, and knowingly lied about needing to buy a new cell phone and computer. Even if you don't want to make that assertion, at best, she got her stuff back the next day, because this upload is dated August 10th. There is no way to reconcile these statements, and either way, it was dishonest to never update that campaign to reflect this.
Because of the negligence of the police, we were both left functionally unemployed, and I have spent thousands of dollars replacing our computers and cell phones so our lives aren't completely destroyed by what happened to us.
Now, Keffals launched her GoFundMe on August 9, 2022 with an initial goal of $20,000. The page claims that if this amount was exceeded, the funds would be allocated to a legal fund to protect herself against ongoing and future threats to her safety. However, this was later changed to, I am keeping the GoFundMe up, but all donations are going directly to my legal fund, which I will be using to seek justice. Now, this is a very, very important distinction, because it means all the donations past the first 20 grand were explicitly for legal action. See, Clara gradually kept raising the goal until it reached over $100,000 on the 20th. If you want to be technical, it actually never ended, because she's still taking donations to this day. In fact, there wasn't even a fixed amount, which is odd, as it makes it seem like her goal was to basically raise as much money as possible rather than afford an intentional expense. Naturally, with her effort raising over $100,000, there were questions over how the money was spent. Claire's tried to poison the well numerous times by calling anyone who asks this question bad faith. I'll never do a GoFundMe breakdown for bad faith actors who neither support me nor contributed to the fund in the first place. Well, what if I gave money, Am I now allowed to ask? Ooh, that's a question we should bring up. You have to remember, this was a story that got mainstream coverage. There were over 150 articles published about the situation, including The Guardian, NBC, CNN, Bloomberg, the Associated Press, and Canadian state-funded news outlet CBC. Popular politicians like Jagmeet Singh.
So yeah, he's donated to it. So is he allowed to ask now? Fucking, love that statement, bad face. Just, you're bad face because you want to know why I'm fucking scamming all my damn fans like a jackass. And people who are legitimately donating because they think they're helping a trans person and helping the trans community as a whole, when really they're just fucking over everybody and their brother for no good reason. Am I wrong?
No.
And I imagine this must be bothering you because, like, where's this kind of support for you? Where was this kind of support when you needed it? No.
Yeah, I've still been unable to get HRT and like actually start transitioning. And that's the case for like a lot of trans women. We're just unable to like either afford it or get the means to it, or we just keep getting denied. Or we don't have the ability to drive. We have to rely. We've just basically just been unable to go seek HRT in the first place because, like, I have epilepsy, so I can't drive, and I still live with my family, so I have to rely on my mother to take me, and my mom hasn't like taken me to go try to get HRT, and I can't afford it myself.
Right. And so seeing people like Keffals doing this kind of shit pisses me off. Because
and I just don't like it because like that all that money could have been spent. Like if she claims to be like the best trans activist essentially, or whatnot, but like maybe not the best, but like she says she's a trans activist. If she was she could have used all that money in her to like support trans women who are unable to get HRT for whatever reason, and could have been helped to like help them start transitioning to feel better with themselves, but she used it all to be selfish.
Yeah, which is absolutely what she did. It was totally fucking selfish. It was totally it's bullshit. This is bullshit. This is total bullshit. And the fact that she's gotten away with it because nothing's really happened to her. Nothing's gonna apparently happen. And GoFundMe doesn't help because their contract. Because I found out recently, if you donate to it, to a GoFundMe campaign, you essentially sign to an arbitrary agreement where you give over money and you get nothing back. At least as with Kickstarter, you can actually have an attempt to get your money back. With GoFundMe, there is no getting your money back. You're fucked. Legally speaking, you're fucked. And it's the most shitty thing ever.
And a lot of the people that donate were probably a bunch of trans women who could barely afford who could barely afford rent or groceries. And she essentially took advantage of a bunch of potential trans women and other people, not just trans women, but other trans men, and as well as other people that just wanted to help.
Or like now, because there's over $100,000, she could have taken advantage of people like me, who were trans supporters, who believed that we were bleeding. Now, I'm going to say I did not donate to her campaign, but people like me probably did donate to that campaign, hoping to help a trans person fight the legal battle for trans people. And instead, this shit. And it only gets worse from here. That's the thing that gets me. Is the kicker.
And trans women like her. But trans women like her basically like to make people like you believe Trump is actually right and whatnot.
And the reason why I ended up voting like, now, personally, that was not a reason for me to vote him in. But I know some people who did vote him in because of that. And it's because of people like Keffals. And that's why I keep telling people that that's my problem with activists like that. It's like activists who, or like televangelists are another example. It's like an example I use. Joel Osteen is the fucking worst fucking preacher to use an example for Christianity, because all he does is take people's money and fuck them over and not offer them true salvation and true hope. Joyce Meyer is about as close as you're gonna get, as far as, besides the late great Billy Graham, rest his soul. People like that are people I use because they tell the truth. They don't sugarcoat what happens. They don't sugarcoat the trials and tribulations. They don't tell you the prosperity and everything. They say you will prosper because Christ will help you prosper, not because you paid me $1,000 and sucked my dick. Like, that's not how that works. So, and I'm hoping that anybody that's watching this video doesn't walk away going, well, AJ's a transphobe and we got a trans person crying. No. I'm hoping that people watch this video and they go, I'm not going to support people like Keffals. I'm going to seek out people who are legitimate trans people who can't afford to help, and get and help them. Do the right thing and help people. That's what I'm hoping to get across. But this is the fucking internet.
If you want to help people, if you want to help like trans content creators, then help supporting people like UCOEX is going to be much better than Keffals.
Or support me. I've literally got a trans person right here.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm starting a GoFundMe.
help me be able to transition.
And none of the money is going to be used for what I say it's going to be used for. I'm an ass. Let's continue.
The NDP party took a stand by her publicly. Normies were led to believe a series of events that did not occur. And there are regular folk out there who don't have the time or capability to ensure their funds weren't misused, especially when there is a limited amount of financial support for at-risk members of the trans community. There is nothing wrong with questioning for transparency of where this money had went. In fact, more people should actually be asking where this money even went. Clara posted this photo in her Discord server, which was enough for trolls to bombard the hotel with pizzas. The next day, she uploaded a video declaring things had escalated and she was now in hiding. If you recall, another goal of hers was to move out immediately after someone hacked her Uber Eats account and sent $500 worth of food.
So what happened, I woke up and I got an email that the email for my Uber Eats account was changed. And then I looked outside the door and there was like at least $500 worth of food ordered with my hacked Uber account. So I got doxxed again, except this time I also got hacked.
She expedited an already planned trip to Europe. Her rationale was that London police didn't have the resources to stop online trolls. And then she went live to provide further details.
Are you moving to Europe? I'm gonna be living there for a while, but I'm not moving there. My fiance is staying back in Canada, and I'm gonna be in the UK on my own for a while. I think that the current plan is that in 2-3 weeks of my stay, my fiance is going to be coming over and we'll stay together for a while. On Monday, I find out if I got approved or not for the new place that I want to live at, which will give us a really good time frame of what we're going to do.
Her fans begged her to stop giving out information.
Stop giving out details. Stop telling me what to do.
Later that day, Clara tweeted, "Do I have any followers in Europe? Let me know if you want to meet up." Her first stream back revealed she was in Northern Ireland.
So, I'm okay. I am currently in Ireland. I am staying with a friend. I'm safe. Things are good. Don't tell people what country. It is completely fine. Do you know how dense Ireland is?
What?
Very dense country. I do not think it's gonna be a problem.
She was staying with a friend named Ellen. Her ex-fiance never moved over for reasons we're actually going to discuss later.
So, I feel like it's saying it's dense.
You're a dumbass. You're great.
You know why?
I feel like... Why?
She lived in fucking Canada. 200 times the size of fucking Ireland.
Yeah.
You can't get more retarded than that. You can't. It is
If you try to get monetized, try not to say that word because YouTube doesn't like that word.
Fuck it,
It's
my
hard.
whole channel is demonetized anyhow. What's the point? I'm not monetized.
Well, if you're trying to help your case, just trying to be a friend and help.
Hey, if Keemstar can say it, why can't I say it?
Because you don't have the following Keepstar has. YouTube prioritizes
Just-
channels with a bigger following than little ones.
Yeah, keep
Yeah, YouTube
jerking
does
off
it.
Crispy Keemstar over there, just jerking off the KKK.
Yeah, because like people's the biggest followings get the most leeway. Why do you think like people like PewDiePie get away with a lot of stuff?
We don't talk about PewDiePie around here. We don't talk about it. I don't know who he is. I have no association with him. I'm American. I don't know what that was all about. I just felt like doing it.
Yeah, but yeah.
Ellen had already been doxxed months prior, and their apartment was found within 24 hours. And a troll took this photo outside their building. They were able to find her
What the fuck are you
location
talking about?
just by using a doorknob. To be clear, I'm not endorsing any of this
using a
behavior or
doorknob.
doing it,
Do
or
not
even
test
saying
people. They
if you're
can be
careless,
dedicated.
you deserve that this happens to you. My argument is that if you're willing to leave a continent to another continent to escape trolls, there is a lot you could do for less to mitigate the risk of doxing. For example, not buying equipment specifically for IRL streaming and announcing where you're going to be in advance. At one point, Ellen revealed they were going to go to visit a poutine truck in Belfast. The owner received bomb threats, which Clara used to tease an IRL stream on Twitter. Hey, maybe it's a one-off mistake, right? A day later, Ellen publicly fielded suggestions for future IRL stream locations in Ireland. I want to reiterate, if you are in hiding, why would you buy new streaming equipment specifically for streaming in the public and then also share where you plan on going in advance? By her own admission, she wanted to stoke the flames in order to maximize publicity.
By intentionally making myself a lightning rod so I could make kiwi farms more vicious and attack me to the point where Cloudflare had no choice. Because every time they attacked me, I publicized it. One of the things that I did intentionally for the success of the campaign was make myself a lightning rod. I
Okay, can you
egged
pause it?
them on. I egged kiwi farms on.
What was the point of moving countries if you were to do that?
I don't know. I don't know anymore.
If you were gonna make yourself a lightning rod, then why do it in Canada? If you were going for density, you would have got a lot more strikes there.
Why not just move to the U.S. then? Yeah, fuck the
Yeah,
states you've gone to.
Yeah, she could have gone to Texas, and it would have been the worst. Because they're trying. Because they're trying. Texas. A lot of politicians in Texas are trying to pass a bill to make being trans here illegal. And it got more votes for it than against it. Like, I think only like 30 people voted against it, and over 80 people voted for it. And my mom, since I'm stuck with my mother, that means I have to, be where she is. And she loves Texas, and she wants to like live here. So, and Texas, like Florida, is one of the 2 most dangerous states for trans people. So I'm stuck here in a state where going outside could get me attacked and possibly killed. And I've told my mom this, but she just wants to basically be where she wants, since she makes all the money.
Right.
Which I guess is technically fair, but like, I don't feel very safe here.
Which is totally understandable. So, Keffals once again with the fucking trans people over by doing what she did. But again, I know people who justify her actions, and I'm like, and you wonder why I just vote for the opposite, because I want to get my point across that I don't want people like this having power. Because people like her having power are the reason why you can't get help. And you are being put in a situation where you could potentially die just because you're dealing with issues that the vast majority of people don't understand and don't care to understand, and politicians who could give a flying fuck less about their people anyhow. Fuck Keffals. Useless cunt waffle.
Yeah.
But it gets better, as in it gets worse.
I wanted them to attack me, because by doing that, I was able to show the world how fucking vile they are.
In the past, streamers have been punished for similar behavior. Ice Poseidon was notorious for being a constant target of swatting. He was ultimately banned after streaming and getting swatted inside an airport, and while it wasn't his fault, at a certain point he was clearly feigning ignorance and enabling his troll's behavior for content. What makes Clara's behavior different, and what actually prevented her from staying in Canada? Well, if you think it's fucked up for me to question it, don't worry, because Keffals has since admitted that this entire cover story was all a lie. Nowadays, her explanation for leaving the continent was not to escape online harassment, but to escape her ex-fiancé, Alex, who she now accuses of being abusive. To not get too deep into it, this is after her ex-fiancé called her out for leaving to cheat on her with Ellen.
This is where I need to admit something. Last year, I was in the papers. This was on CBC, Canada's biggest media outlet. Twitch streamer and trans activist says she's leaving Canada for a while due to harassment. Earlier this month, Clara Sorrenti was the target of a swatting incident and has been doxxed and hacked. And there was a criticism that I frequently got throughout that time. How does moving to a different country help you with online harassment? And as we found out, it didn't. Because once I landed in Belfast, I had people showing up, making threats outside of where I was staying. And I knew that no matter where I went in the world, I would not escape online harassment as long as I was an online figure. And the truth is, I left the country because of my ex, and because I was scared of my ex. Because my ex was abusive and abused me emotionally and yelled at me and consistently coerced me into sex. That's why I left. But I couldn't tell anyone. I didn't want it to be a big thing. I didn't want it to be in the papers while all the journalists were circling around and writing their stories. I didn't want that to be known. I didn't want any of this to ever be out in public. So here's
Her escape basically amounted to a paid-for vacation across Europe, evident by a leaked post from her closed Twitter circle on September 14th. Clara reveals she was staying in Ireland until the 27th, then heading to Spain until the 11th, before moving into her apartment on the 12th. Now, the dates imply that she had already just bought tickets, but she ended up in London instead to watch a play. Clara then briefly returned to Ireland before flying to the United States to attend TwitchCon. Not only did she stream the event IRL, but she even antagonized Destiny's ex-wife for being married to him.
Keffals went to go,
Oh.
and she went up to Melina,
God.
and she was like,
not
she
okay.
was shaking. Like, it was like she was so anxious or so angry, she was shaking, right? And she said, "Tell your husband, if he doesn't stop coming for me, I'm going to get his YouTube channel deleted."
Wow. Just wow. Just wow. Just wow. Just wow. Just wow. You got anything you want to say? Because I'm at a loss for fucking words.
Going to a convention and harassing somebody for being married to a person, or used to being married to a person that you had beef with, is just not okay. Because one, you're basically being kind of a stalker, and two, you're going out of your way to essentially attack somebody. Why not necessarily physical? You're still attacking them, which is not okay under any circumstance, unless you're trying to defend yourself.
To outright harass somebody just because they used to be in a relationship with someone, like you said, that you had beef with, is absolutely disturbing in my opinion. Just, what the fuck? This is the biggest what the fuck ever. Just what the fuck.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Like, oh my god. Oh, let's continue.
No memes. That happened, okay?
So Keffals moved into her new apartment on October 12th and used some of the GoFundMe money to pay for a full year's worth of rent in advance.
So just a quick update. I have an apartment for October. I'm moving then. I have it. I've already paid. I'm putting it, like, I'm using the GoFundMe money to pay an entire year in advance.
Now, which is not something she ever said she was going to do, and a huge departure from just moving. Clara moves into a luxury apartment, and with a low approximation amounting to $28,000. So far, Clara has admitted to spending the money on new devices, as well as equipment for IRL streaming. She traveled across Europe, planning to visit Spain from Ireland, but ended up at a play in London instead. She then flies to TwitchCon in the United States before getting an apartment in Canada, and then paying an entire year's worth of rent. There, she bought even more equipment to build a professional set with studio lights. While it's difficult to make an exact calculation for this, the gaming chair alone, her gaming chair, would have cost over $2,000.
I had to take extra caution with the set that I made. It's not even a set. It's just like part of my home. But it is basically a set. I have like studio lights. I have like whole camera thing. It's very professional. So I had to go through all of this as soon as I got back from TwitchCon to make sure that I could just like return to my life before I was swatted.
But see, that wasn't the only thing she admits to spending some of this GoFundMe money on. Clara also says she contracted a security company in September to keep herself safe.
I consulted with a security company, and they made all of my devices hack-proof, and they gave me tips on not getting doxxed again. They also helped me with a whole bunch of other stuff that I can't talk about because I signed an NDA, like a non-disclosure agreement. I already hired a lawyer, and all of the information between me and my lawyer is privileged and confidential, and I can't talk about it.
Like, if hack-proof existed, then like the government, then you couldn't hack the government because the government always has the best protections against that.
Oh.
So I feel like hack proof is. I mean,
Oh. Oh, my head hurts. Oh, I want to pass out. Oh, I want to pass out so bad. Oh, the blood just rushed out of my head. Oh, fuck. That's the dumbest thing I ever heard in my entire life. And I've heard some really stupid things that made me go, why am I even talking to this person? Oh my god.
you know, I all of that just to end up back at Canada.
It's the part that really
Like,
gets me. I was right back at where she fucking started. Like, what was the fucking point? What was
I
the
can't.
point?
I can't imagine how angry the people who donated to her to help support her, to take legal action and whatnot, and to like protect herself, and it ends up just being used as like a tour through Europe, and to just buy new stuff.
Wow. Fucking mind blowing to me.
I feel like that there should be like legal action taken towards that.
I agree. I fully agree with that.
Like, she just gives trans women a bad name and a bad rep. And not just trans women, but trans men as well. While she herself may not be a trans mask, but like they're also, trans. And she says she's an activist for all trans people, not just trans femmes. Which means that throws in the trans masks, which are, people who were born a woman and transitioned to male.
Yeah. Fucking wow.
And so,
Wow.
she's also actively screwing them over.
Just actively fucking everybody. Just fucking everybody over. Is the most
Trans supporters. She's screwing over trans supporters, trans femmes, trans masks, and everyone in between.
It's the worst fucking thing ever. It's the worst fucking thing ever. How far along are we even in this video? Only
So the money towards the legal fund is being utilized.
And we got an hour to go. You said one whole video, but are we gonna have to do a part 2? It's like almost 4 a.m. my time.
It's 4:30 my time. Oh my god.
Are you? With all the talking, it's probably going to be like another 2 to 3 hours on top of the hour of the video. So it's probably going to be like 6 to 7 year time by the time we're done.
So let's continue on with the video, because like I said earlier, and I've probably cut most of the rambling out, it's why I fucking hate people like her so bad. That's why I hate her.
Oh, Keffals?
Yeah.
Until the point where I can actually talk about what I'm doing, I can't say anything. So I use the money to find a place, to contract a security company to keep myself safe.
Oh my god, security.
And to hire a lawyer.
This raises an interesting question on what the security company was doing beyond making her devices hack-proof. That same month, she confronted a prolific member of the Kiwi Farms thread. Keffals tried to intimidate the user with their personal information, claiming to have hired a private investigator. I know the PI will get me more, though. He's still talking to the family and school officials. This didn't work, Because they doxed the wrong person. The user mocked her and asked if she paid for the PI using her GoFundMe. Clara responded, "No, the GoFundMe is currently in savings until I need to use it." In case you doubt the authenticity of these messages, Clara has confirmed that they are real several times. And I don't know about you, but hiring a private investigator so you can confront trolls with bad info doesn't sound like the action of someone in fear of their life. Her messages also contradict a tweet where she says $50,000 was already put into the legal fund. The final thing Clara mentions in that stream clip is using the money to hire a lawyer. What's interesting is that by her own words, she already had a lawyer and was consulting 2 more. The day after the GoFundMe had launched. It was one of her earliest responses to criticisms over reportedly
More
raising her goal.
lies.
Yes, I'm using these funds to move. But more importantly, once I'm safe, the rest of those funds are going to be used for legal expenses. Because I'm not just moving. I'm also taking legal action. I already have 1 lawyer, and I'm consulting with 2 more.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Just bullshit. Total bullshit.
Bullshit-aroo.
What the fuck?
Bullshit-aroo.
What the fuck? What the fuck's wrong with these people? I need to add that sound back of the fucking around, because that's exactly what she be doing, is fucking around all the time. And she needs to
Stop fucking around.
with people's money. It's like fucking unbelievable.
Yeah.
Just
Oh my god!
that's exactly how I feel. One more time for good measure.
Oh my god!
Help us all.
Hopefully Keffals doesn't come after us.
Oh, if she does, she can get this.
Richard 316 said, "I just blocked your ass."
That's exactly what will happen. You
Dumbass. You're a dumbass. You're great.
I will make fuck tons of content out of her for the fun of it.
It still sounds like, at the end of that voice clip, that still sounds like it's saying you're Greg.
You're Greg. That's great. Let's continue.
I'm going to get justice for what happened to me.
Oh, I'm gonna get
And
justice.
for every other marginalized person in this country who has been victimized. Legal fees are incredibly expensive. And I feel very fortunate that I was able to raise this much money, because I would not be able to take legal action if it wasn't for that.
This is strange in retrospect, as only 12 days later, she made it very clear she was holding off pursuing legal action against the London police.
After it first happened, I was very mad at the police. And I wanted to hold their feet to the fire as much as possible. I wanted to even potentially pursue legal action against them. But they've taken the threat against my life very seriously. And I want to see justice. There's a lot of leads right now, and they might actually be able to catch the person who swatted me. And with what is going on and the connections to Kiwi Farms, knowing that they're monitoring the thread, we might actually see something happen.
Now, at around the same time, she told the Kiwi Farms user the money was in savings. She claimed she never said she was going to sue the police.
Yeah, that's all I said. I never said that I was going to sue the police. I wanted to be very careful with the language that I used, because I don't know exactly what the plan is. I know that I'm eventually going to take legal action in some way or another, but I don't know yet, and I can't talk about the different things that have been discussed between my lawyer and I.
Now, going back to Destiny's manifesto, this was scrutinized on a much wider scale, which led many to start asking for a breakdown of expenses. Clara refused, because I'm not providing a product to investors. I won't be sharing expense breakdowns. I've been advised by lawyers to keep everything close to vest for legal and safety reasons. Clara rebuked that there was a legal fund. She got an apartment.
Bullshit. Okay. So the tweet reads, "It's wonderful that so many people are enthusiastic enough to donate with the goal of making me safer and and for seeking justice. This isn't a product people are expecting or a service I was providing, so I'm extra grateful. Because I'm not providing a product to investors, I will not be sharing expense breakdowns. I've been advised by lawyers to keep everything close to vest for legal and safety reasons. When I continue to consult with my lawyers, I will provide updates as appropriate. On October of 2022. That's fucking great. That's fantastic. That is the greatest thing ever. Fucking tell people, go fuck yourselves. You don't need to know what I'm doing with your money, but keep donating while you're at it. Oh my god. Just.
Oh my god!
Absolute, just the worst. The fucking worst. This is. Oh, my head hurts. I got a headache from fucking hell. You got anything you want to add?
I honestly think that that we need better trans activists.
People wonder why Trump got in office and is being able to do what he does. People wonder why. You know, maybe if we get rid of people like Keffals, people like Trump wouldn't get in office now, would they? It's like, you know, cause and effect.
But there are a lot. There are still good like trans content creators that are really nice, like Yuko. Another one I remember named like Sharon. I forgot about earlier, but remember now. I also watch her content. She's very nice. Makes a lot of like good trans content.
See, people like that, I would be more than happy to fucking watch, but like, the only reason I don't know about it is because I assumed, thanks to Keffals, that if one acts like that, why wouldn't the others act like that? And it's a bad habit of mine, but I tend to group people in if they have a certain philosophy, ideology, or whatever, that if one acts like that, then multiple people act like that. But to be fair to me, Keffals is the only like real trans activist I've ever actually seen on the internet. I haven't really seen anyone else. So this was like, usually I have a bad feeling about those who say they're activists about something, because usually activists equals they're a piece of fucking trash. For example, Alyssa Mercante. She's a fucking activist, and good God, fucking kill me. If I ever had to deal with her, I'd just eat a bullet. That'd be it. Fuck it. I don't need to live.
It'd be like if you were stuck in a room with them, Hitler, and Stalin. Was it a gun with 2 bullets? You shoot yourself twice.
If I was stuck in a room and I had to choose between being best friends with Adolf Hitler, Joseph Stalin, or Alyssa Mercante, you can guarantee more than likely Joseph Stalin would be my best fucking friend right then and there. If I was stuck in a room between having to save Adolf Hitler or Alyssa Mercante, you can guarantee that there's a good ass chance that, like a 65% chance, I would save Adolf Hitler before I would save Alyssa Mercante. And that's fucking saying something.
Yeah.
And I'm sure she's gonna be like, oh my god, that proves he's a Nazi. See, he's a Nazi. No, it just means you're fucking worse than the damn Nazi. The guy who started the Nazi regime. You're worse than him. That's a fucking achievement that I didn't even know was possible. But she is worse.
Yeah.
I would rather be friends with Hassan Piker. I would rather be friends with him than to ever have anything to do with Alyssa Mercante. I would rather fucking Ethan Klein make 10,000 live streams making fun of me every single day for being a moderate Republican before I'd ever be friends with Alyssa Mercante. 10,000 live streams. You know how many years that would be?
Especially if they're all 10,000 hours. If all 10,000 streams are 10,000 hours long.
Or like, well, that'd be impossible, but like each one was like 4 hours long. And there's like a 2-hour block dedicated to just making fun of me.
2 hours of actual like Chris's, 2 hours, the other 2 hours just full making fun of you.
Yep, and it would be every fucking day, Monday through Friday.
And Saturday, Sunday to boot.
Yeah, and Saturday and Sunday would be like sometimes there would be bonus streams. I would rather deal with all that than deal with Alyssa Mercante. That's how fucking horrible she is. I would actually rather be friends with Keffals than I would be with Alyssa Mercante. And that's how fucking far I would go to get away from Alyssa, because she's that fucking insane.
Jeez.
And one of these days, we're going to go over her manifesto video and rip that apart for what it is. Trash content.
All right.
But anyhow,
all right.
Right now,
that'll be interesting to do with you.
Right now, let's continue watching some good content. Some actual journalism, which, you know, if Melissa even bothered to do 5 minutes of, you know what? Why am I giving advice to a retard? We all know she's not going to listen. Let's continue.
And was now processing the entire event. Now, you're probably wondering, if she wasn't planning on suing the police, why did she hire lawyers, and what was the point of the legal fund? Well, if you read between the lines, some of you might be able to infer what actually happened. On October 2nd, 2022, Clara posted a client engagement agreement to prove legal action was underway. If you look at the bottom, you can see the document reads, "We have concluded a review of our records, and we confirm that we have not identified a conflicting interest in representing you in this matter. We searched the following names that you provided to us as being relevant. The terms they searched for were Clara Sorrenti, Kiwi Farms, and KiwiFarms.net. Now, this proves she was paying money to consult lawyers about a lawsuit against Kiwi Farms, but not the London police. It's dated August 10th, the same exact day as her stream stating that she'd consulted a lawyer. There isn't actually even a good explanation of why she did this. Kiwi Farms was never mentioned as the intended target of her legal fund. The only entity named in the GoFundMe was the London police. So this took place around the same time she claimed she never intended to sue the police. And if you're wondering why it didn't go anywhere, for as much as people hate Kiwi Farms, the website is entirely legal. There are countless examples of attempted litigation that demonstrate this and why it never actually came to fruition. One thing I also want to address is some people have said, whoa, did you get some of your evidence on the Kiwi Farms? Even if I did, that doesn't make the evidence inadmissible. A lot of the Kiwi Farms evidence is actually cataloged on archive websites that capture a snapshot of a web page and tweets and whatnot. This is to ensure that nothing that I'm showing you is actually altered, and it was as it was originally posted. This makes the evidence admissible. It's kind of like saying, wow, did you find that perfectly good piece of evidence sitting in the middle of a neo-Nazi compound? Yeah, trust me, I get the whole building surrounding it is pretty shitty, but that doesn't mean the evidence is inadmissible. It's still perfectly good evidence. I just wanted to address this point because it's a common deflection and one that I absolutely need to nip in the butt.
Suing Kiwi Farms was actually something that I previously considered and was consulting with lawyers about doing that.
What are you gonna sue for?
I basically came to the conclusion after looking into it that it's not worth it. There's little I can do as a Canadian to benefit.
What the fuck are you gonna sue them for? What are you talking about? Why are you not suing the police department you said you were gonna sue? What the fuck is this? What the fuck? Why? Why did people give their money to idiots like this? What the fuck? Just seriously. This is, oh my god.
All that money would have gone better to creating like a Kickstarter or a GoFundMe for helping a bunch of trans women who due to whatever their current situation is, they're just unable to get the hormone treatment they need.
It's like, what the fuck? You talk about you're an activist for trans people. You talk about you're all about helping trans women. You're all about helping trans men. But you've done fuck all to help them. If anything, you made the situation worse. Because now you're sending Kiwi Farms after a whole bunch of trans people. And you pissed off Destiny. One of the worst fucking streamers to piss off. And you call it a win?
Yeah.
That's not a win. That's not even remotely a win. Fucking wow. And the mind-blowing part is she fucking bought a gaming chair that was $2,000 fucking dollars. Why do you need a $2,000 gaming chair? My fucking snare drum didn't even cost $2,000. And it's a custom-made one. The fuck? $2,000 fucking dollars. That's how much I spent on my drum kit. That was custom made.
Wow.
Fucking really? You need a $2,000 gaming chair for fucking what? I bet my dad probably spent $100 on this one rocking chair, and it's stupidly comfortable to sit in. Why the fuck you need a $2,000 gaming chair? For fucking what?
She needed the $2,000 gaming chair for IRL streams that she walks around streaming herself.
IRL equipment. Fucking really?
Yeah, she needed. Yeah, she needed that chair for all that walking around.
The fake titties that she got. They're fake as hell, we know it. Me, you, and everybody else watching all know those titties are fake as hell.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't notice them until you pointed them out.
Yeah, so much for that gender affirming care working, huh?
Yeah.
Fucking wow. This is like...
No, I've just mainly been focusing on her face.
Well, the fact that her face looks like she's a retard, or the fact that she's a retard?
That she looked like a potato.
Felt it. So felt it.
Her face is shaped like a potato.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Her face does. Mrs. Potato Head over here, who's got the intelligence of a fucking rock. Because potatoes actually have more intelligence than she fucking does. Fucking wow. I'm mind blown. I'm mind fucking blown at what is happening. Let's continue. Let's fucking continue.
Doing a lawsuit against Kiwi Farms. The only possible lawsuit being a defamation lawsuit, which
defamation of
there
what?
is little to no benefit for me to do.
3 days after posting that letter, Claire admitted on a private stream that she hadn't even started yet. Her unnecessary traveling is blamed for keeping her busy, which to me is an admission that she wasn't all that interested in consulting her lawyers.
But now I'm going to be focusing more on the legal things because I'm settled down, I'm back in Canada, and I have time to work on this now. Consulted quite a bit with my lawyers, but we, at the time, were, especially during the campaign, basically unsure of how to go forward, especially because my availability was kind of all over the place.
And that's because this will be a very important issue later. She was still in the process of collecting evidence.
But the problem is right now is that I'm still in the process of I have to collect all the evidence. One of the first steps that you need to do is collect evidence. And if you announce prematurely who you are taking legal action against, it gives that party an opportunity to try and destroy as much evidence as possible. I'm not even going to publicly comment on the party either.
Now, for this to make sense, you kind of have to assume she wasn't talking about the police. In that case, we already know what proof does or does not exist. Her recount can't be proven, and even if we're to believe her, it's hard to argue the police acted out of prejudice. This is brought up by Nicholas Diorio, who got some interesting answers out of her on stream. The first clip is Clara stating she was still engaged in legal action against the police.
I wasn't aware you were still engaging with legal action of the police.
I am. It's just like there's been so much shit that happened, and then like immediately after like getting back from everything, I had to move, and I like just got unpacked like 2 weeks ago.
Claire describes a specific incident in which she was dead-named while being put in handcuffs. However, she admits it could have been an honest mistake, and the officer didn't know what a dead name was.
Now, there are questions as to the dead naming taking place. They claim they have no footage of you being dead named once you get back to the precinct, and you claim there was dead naming. So the only time that could have happened is during the swatting itself. Is that still something that you claim?
Yeah, that was something that happened with the constable that arrested me, like when I was actually being put in handcuffs.
Look, I don't have a problem with spicing up the story a little bit, but and I understand the like how this upset you and your family, but it really does sound like you kind of slandered those cops. Like, I
don't think I slandered them. I mean,
if we're taking them at face value, right? For that they thought when they were going into your house that they were like potentially dealing with somebody who was planning to shoot up a like public office building or something like that with like politicians, then like it's totally possible that they thought that was your name, like that you went by that name. So
I mean, no, because the email. Did you read the email?
Yes, I did read
the first sentence of the email is, "My name is Clara Sorrenti."
But then it was signed with your dead name.
It said, "My name is Clara Sorrenti," and then my dead name is blank, and they put the dead name. So they made a decision at that point that they thought that my name wasn't actually my name and dead name was a real name. The officer that actually like arrested me said she did not actually know what a dead name was.
Now this is where the story starts to take a very drastic.
So what you're telling me, Clara, what you're telling me, Keffals, is that you didn't bother to take into consideration that the officers may have assumed that was an alias you went by? That Clara Sorrenti may have been an alias to your name? To the real name? Because tons of people who are criminals have aliases that they go by to keep from getting tracked. Al Capone had them. Fucking Ted Bundy did. Well, do I need to keep going down the list? Like, am I fucking wrong?
No, you're not wrong.
She didn't bother to assume that maybe that the officers thought that was it. Because she even admitted that they didn't even know what the fuck dead naming is. So she slandered the cops. This has been a year and a half now, and it's now just dawned on me. She fucking slandered the cops. No fucking way. No way. Wow. Just wow. I'm stunned. That's the first time that's fucking dawned on me. I am. You have anything you want to say? Because I'm at a loss for words.
So I just feel like
I just wow. Just wow. That's $136,911.36 went down the drain because she slandered some cops. Man, I don't want to be on the internet anymore. Fuck this. Fuck this.
Yeah.
Fuck this. Let's continue the video.
All right.
In the same private stream, Clara states that she had 2 years to take legal action due to the statute of limitations. Her plan was to start sometime in December or January of 2023.
A timeline of how things are happening. I have a total of 2 years to take legal actions. That's the statute of limitations. I want to start before this year ends, ideally. Like, if I can kick things off in December or in January in the new year, that would be ideal. That's what I want. I talked to my lawyer today, and it's looking like January is the month where I'm going to be filing against the London Police Service. Once the video is out, everyone will know like all of the details of the case going forward. I've already been told that the case that I'm about to start could take up to 5 years.
This never came to fruition, with the activist drifting away from politics and stoking the flames of online drama. She started fighting with people like Keemstar and her own community, to the point that Drop Kiwi Farms officially denounced her. Her self-destructive behavior drew a lot of concern, which eventually led people to discover that she'd actually relapsed into addiction. It was leaked publicly on February 19, 2023, and a few days later that Clara admitted herself to inpatient rehab. Now, I'm not here to shame Keffals about her addiction. It's important for people to take recovery very seriously. But the timeline of events also can't be ignored. The relapse occurred after the attempt at swatting. Clara says after settling into her new apartment in October, she began drinking excessively. And at the start of 2023, she started doing full-blown Colombian. And I'm not talking about no coffee, boy.
I got really depressed.
I love you, Clara.
I lost interest in politics. I lost interest in basically all of the things that helped me build a platform in the first place. And around the end of 2022, I started drinking, which made me spiral. It was around the time that I was in fights with Keemstar. I started drinking, and then as more and more shit started happening, I started doing cocaine at the start of 2023.
Near the end of the month, she went on an 8-day coke bender before finding out that some of that coke was, I guess, cut with meth.
8 days into a cocaine bender, I found out that the coke that I was doing was cut with meth. So for 8 days straight, I was doing coke and meth.
This took place a few days after she had said the dreaded R word, ooh, which she later blamed on withdrawals, apparently. Her spiral worsened as she started doing coke, meth, benzos, while attempting to buy H on the dark web.
Started doing coke and meth and benzos, and I was planning on ordering him from the dark net.
After the backlash, Clara went into rehab on February 22nd. In the next few days, I will be admitted to rehab. The doctor said that because of the drugs I'm addicted to, without medical supervision, detoxing will kill me. Now, I'm inclined to believe her on this, given that she didn't return until about a month later. Clara later admitted that she spent more money going to rehab than she ever had on actual drugs.
I was in rehab for 34 days before I discharged. I went to the Addiction Rehabilitation Toronto facility, and it was one of the best decisions I think I've ever made.
While Addiction Rehab Toronto doesn't have prices listed on their sites, aggregators like Recovery.com price a 30-day stay at the facility at 20,000 Canadian dollars. And that is a fourth of the entire dollar amount. It's hard to believe that expense, on top of buying enough drugs to end up there in the first place, had no bearing on how that GoFundMe money was used. One of her mods admitted the habit went a bit into the fund money at the end. However much a bit is, we might never know. Her relapse began...
No, fucking, I forgot about this part. Oh my god. Alright, I'm gonna read them. I'm gonna read the text real quick. I'm gonna push it to full screen so I can read it.
As she...
So, Catboy Collector, that's a fucked up username and a half. Oh, put this person in jail. As someone who actually, with her within her direct circle. No, the addiction happened long after she used the majority of the money, moving to the new place, furnishing that place, buying an entirely new streaming setup because the cops took all her, you know what? It was buying legal defense and counsel and buying therapy for the trauma Kiwi Farms put her through. Oh my god, fucking trauma, really? Oh, fuck off with that shit. The addiction started after she started streaming and making money again. The drugs were almost entirely cut out of her streaming income, and then went a bit into the funds at the end of it. Put this person in jail. Put him in jail. Just put him in jail. Hit him with the electric chair. Let's get him out of this world just because of that username. I'm just saying. You got anything you want to add? Got nothing to say. Nothing.
I'm a little lost for words a bit. That she started using the fund money to fund a drug addiction.
Hey, I mean, that's gender affirming care.
Oh wait, I just realized under Catboy Collector it says at trans Catboy.
Yeah. Totally not a potential groomer and pedophile whatsoever. And you'll understand why I say that later in this video. You'll understand why.
Right.
So I'm just going to leave it at that for now.
Supposed to initiate legal action that by her own admission hadn't even started. Remember, she was apparently collecting evidence to beat the statute of limitations, and after a vacation across Europe, new stream equipment, TwitchCon, hiring a private firm, security firm, and private investigator, consulting lawyers about Kiwi Farms, and paying an entire year's worth of rent because fuck it, why not, she spiraled, necessitating a month-long stay at a rehab facility that cost approximately $20K USD. Sorry, hold on a minute. I'm having a little brain fart. Canadian dollars, okay? Big difference. With the latter beginning in the exact time frame she claimed to finally take action against London police. Now, of course, there is one last hope for the GoFundMe money going towards anything vaguely resembling those initial stated goals. In April of 2024, Keffals' lawyer, Justin Anisman, filed a complaint against London Police Services with the Canadian Human Rights Tribune. The application hereby argues she is the victim of discrimination by London Police Services, referred to henceforth as LPS. Now, of the 5 examples given, 3 of them discuss her dead name being used in their records. This is true, and acknowledged by London Police in their first statement. The complaint further alleges LPS officers used her dead name and gender. During the arrest, this cannot be proven as no body cam footage exists. In a private conversation, she explained pushing body cams was one of her main goals. If I could get one thing from all of this, it would be body cams, since the police didn't even have them in my hometown. There is no evidence where she is well aware of, hence why her last point is actually kind of bizarre. The complaint introduces an entirely new accusation and has somehow gone unmentioned so far. Clara alleges that an officer groped her breast and said, "Yeah, it's a she." The fact that we haven't heard about this before is insane. It completely
shoot, I missed the pause.
just the narrative.
Let's go back to that real quick. I want to read that. So, Keffals complaints hereby is under the following ones. 1. Failing to investigate or adequately investigating the death threat before deciding to arrest her at gunpoint. 2. Misgendering her or misidentifying. 3. Calling her by her former legal name. 4. Treating her with treating her with lack of respect, disrespect, lack of empathy, and inhumanely while in custody. And number 5, and having inadequate and discriminatory policies and procedures which do not accommodate gender identity and expression to the point of undue hardships. In addition to the persistence of the lack of proper gendering by the London Police Station, that's what the S stands for, Keffals also alleges at the time of her arrest that a London police officer groped her, in quotation marks, groped her breast, fake as hell titties, and said, "Yep, it's a she." Keffals is seeking redress for discrimination she experienced and calls on the London Police Department to change their policies and procedures to better accommodate transgender people. Let's see. It goes to get even more. For further information and media inquiries, please contact Keffals' legal counsel, Justin W. Ansman. Where the fuck was this at the beginning of her? If this was in her GoFundMe, I would have been like, holy shit, they fucking groped you? And they said that shit? Yeah, sue them. Sue her ass. Fuck that. The fact that they didn't have body cams does possibly lend some credibility to it. And that is something that I do agree with, is that officers should be required to have cameras on them recording whenever they are in active service. I do agree with that.
Yeah, if that did happen, I feel like that would have been like one of the first things she would have said to evidence them. Or at least that's what I would have done if I was her.
Oh yeah. Let's say let's reverse the roles real quick, and let's say a female officer grabs me by my nuts and starts squeezing them tightly and goes, "Yeah, it's a he, all right," and giggles at me and then throws me in the car. You could fucking guarantee I'd be going after her ass for every fucking thing I could get. Even if it was just making content out of her, you can guarantee I would. And I'd rake her over the fucking coals for it. So, I think Keffals is possibly lying on the same token. Without footage, who knows?
So there's no evidence to prove what she's saying is true, but there's also no evidence to prove against it.
Yeah, to say that she's lying. It's a he said, she said kind of situation. And that's why I do agree with her that body cams should be mandatory all across the world.
Doesn't every U.S. police department have them at this point?
Almost. There's a few rural ones, like sheriff's departments, that don't have them because they can't afford the funding. They don't have the funding to do so, but that's being worked on. But for the most part, your major metropolises and major cities and counties will have them. And almost every officer I've talked to and spoke to has a camera. But I wish they had better audio. Wish they'd get cameras that actually had better fucking audio, because then you could actually hear what the fuck's going on. But anyways, that is the one thing I will say that I agree with. Other than that, her lawsuit's bogus, in my opinion. What do you think?
I think it just keeps getting worse.
She can't keep getting away with it.
Yeah.
Let's continue.
Breast and said, "Yeah, it's a she." The fact that we haven't heard about this before is insane. It completely changes the narrative. This realistically should have been her leading story, since it's also at gunpoint, apparently. If true, the interaction recontextualizes every claim of dead naming. It also makes her behavior afterward much stranger, given that she seemed to forgive LPS in favor of pursuing action against Kiwi Farms.
Lawyers. Yeah, that's all I said. I never said that I was going to sue the police. I've basically had to make peace with it. Like, after it first happened, I was very mad at the police. And I wanted to hold their feet to the fire as much as possible. I wanted to even potentially pursue legal action against them. But they've taken the threat against my life very seriously. And I want to see justice.
Now, this is in stark contrast to the reduced feelings and security described by Clara as a result of her inability to trust LPS. This impacted her ability to earn a living. In the 6 months since the events at issue in this application, Ms. Sorrenti has seen a reduction in income of more than 25%. That document further alleges that their treatment of Clara left her unable to leave her home. By the way of example, she feels incapable of leaving her home or socializing productively with friends and family out in the community because of a fear that LPS will continue to discriminate against her. This is patently untrue, given that the time frame is when she traveled across the world. It also doesn't make any sense to blame London police for that reduced income. And it only gets crazier when you realize the complaint seeks $125,000 in damages.
What?
Accordingly, the applicant seeks the following remedies: a declaration that the LPS discriminated against the applicant contrary to Section 1 of the Code. In order for damages of the injury to applicant's dignity, feelings, and self-respect in the total amount of $75,000, and in order that LPS compensate the applicant for the loss of income suffered and other special damages incurred as a result of the discriminatory plus interest therein in the amount of $50,000. Now, I can't claim to know the intricacies behind the actual lawsuit over here and the Human Rights Tribunal. To be honest, I've tried researching this.
What the fuck? 75?
So wait. Yeah, so did she get raided in Canada or London?
London. It happened in London. $75,000 because her feelings got hurt. Fuck.
Wow.
Well, I'm gonna sue Trine for $1 million because he called me a pedophile. That's about what that amounted to. Except for mine has more credibility to it. And probably, I don't know if I would win $1 million, but mine has more credibility than her lawsuit does. Just wow. Wow. I don't know what to say anymore. I'm at a loss for fucking words. This is horrible. This is what
the words to express what you feel have not been invented yet.
Yeah, or I'm forgetting them right now. I must be forgetting them. What is this madness? $125,000 for fucking what? Your feelings got hurt? Ah! I'm gonna let the video continue.
Called around as much as I can, but obviously information on a case, if it's pending and ongoing, isn't going to be shared, nor is a status really something to be handed out about. But at the end of the day, I'm not a lawyer, so me digging into this isn't necessarily going to do much more than you would expect. But that being said, okay, with all of this brought up, this is, I guess, the only last Hail Mary that we have. And if you ask Keffals, the reason they decided to go with the Human Rights Tribunal rather than a lawsuit is because the Human Rights Tribunal has unique powers that a civil suit does not. In Canada, if they were simply to do a lawsuit, all they would get is money. They are apparently pushing for police body cams, which is the complete goal right there. And papers have been processed, and they're awaiting dates to appear in the tribunal. And I'm told this could take a minimum of 2 years at best, and 6 years at worst, depending on if this gets escalated to a higher judicial body. So again, I'm not an expert in the HRTO, and this section might be pending, and because Keffals is, I guess, quiet these days, I'm blocked, so I wouldn't really know. There might be updates to this, there might not be, okay? But to end this section off, to recap, Keffals deliberately tried to raise as much money as possible. None of her reasons make any sense. She didn't need to move, and used the money for a vacation in Europe, it seems. She didn't just use the fund for moving expenses, but a full year's worth of rent, something she never said she was gonna do. And as far as we can tell, she had no tangible losses. All of her possessions were returned within days, and the legal fund was for a nebulous lawsuit that has changed targets twice. The closest we saw to any actual legal action was that HRTO complaint, which doesn't even require a lawyer and is completely free. It's unlikely to go anywhere since she apparently has no evidence, no credibility, and seemingly no actual legal standing. Okay, so now that we've covered the swatting and her GoFundMe, let's talk about her campaign to drop Kiwi Farms. An important thing to recognize is that this is a public discussion forum.
Okay, here we go. Now comes the fun part. Now the part that really is going to expose her. If you thought it was bad enough, ladies and gentlemen, get your popcorn ready, get your favorite drink, make sure you go use the bathroom real quick, whatever you need to do, because this is about to get absolutely fucking insane. So everybody ready? Everybody cool? Let's start website 0.
You can see what people are saying, and it also means it's difficult to prove something was their fault if they didn't brag about it on the site. To be clear, they're not innocent whatsoever. They're not entirely innocent. They collect and organize personal information, and I would never argue that they don't harass people. We can prove Kiwi Farms users doxed her old house and one of the hotel rooms. However, they weren't the main culprit. There is a completely different site that actually took credit for the harassment that veered into actual criminality. For the sake of not promoting it, we're going to be referring to this website as Website 0. Like others have before who've covered this topic. If you've read the thread closely, you'll discover Kiwi Farms users don't find out about the swatting until after her GoFundMe. On August 21st, Clara's Uber Eats account was hacked and she blamed Kiwi Farms. The next day, a post was made on Website 0 taking credit. She showed a receipt for the order as part of the docs. This post also included phone numbers, accounts, addresses, emails, and passwords belonging to Sorrenti, as well as many of her family members. The doc stayed pinned from the date it was created until September the 4th. It was being worked on publicly since March 28th, and with users actively calling for others to track her down. Despite this, Clara continued to blame Kiwi Farms instead for hacking her account, her Uber account, even directly calling for Cloudflare to halt services in response to the hack. From here, she makes a decision to move to Northern Ireland to flee online harassment. And it's important to know that Kiwi Farms was down from August 26th to August 29th. Website 0 identified her location on August 26th thanks to that doorknob. Keffals blamed the Kiwi Farms, calling them out by name on the 29th. The same day, she claimed a Kiwi Farms user had identified her location and threatened to show up. She claimed to have identified the user and forwarded their information to the police. And this is true. If this is true, there's no reason for her to believe this individual had any association with Kiwi Farms. The user had been very active across 4chan and the rest of the internet on a variety of easily identifiable accounts. And they've also explicitly stated that they had no connection with Kiwi Farms. She already knew that this person was from 4chan, even showing the original threads in one of her tweets. When we spoke about his plan beforehand, he left comments on Website 0, and Website 0 was never mentioned once in her account. Clara later claimed that this resulted in another swatting, stating the same thing repeated itself, except Northern Irish police did not put a firearm, did not pull a gun on her. Apparently, the police were called to investigate a made-up stabbing. She noted they were very friendly.
This followed me. I leave Canada, now I'm in Northern Ireland. The same thing repeated itself.
Yep.
Except Northern Irish police did not pull a firearm on me, so that's cool. I appreciate that. Oh yeah, no, someone called in saying that there was a stabbing in the apartment I'm in, and they just sent 2 police officers and they were knocking at the door. Compared to what happened in Canada when I got an assault rifle pointed at me, that's nothing. Cops are playing with the cat here.
That's interesting that the Canadians are also so militarized, the police there. I didn't realize.
Police were calm during this incident because Keffals was not swatted. It was a wellness check from someone afraid she was in danger. The person who contacted police reached out to Destiny to explain they were worried about a stalker. They specifically refute the idea they called in a stabbing. On the H3H3 podcast, Keffals stated that the swatting had mentioned a stab.
So let me take it back real quick if I can. Read the previous stuff. Okay. So it's cut off, but I'm gonna try to pick it up from what her. So Keffals' friend goes, because Keffals had not been swatted, there was not an attempt to swat. That was a lie. The person who originally contacted the police reached out to me to. This is Destiny's manifesto, in case you're wondering, to explain their frustration with Keffals' characterization of the event in question. Quote, I was the one that called the police to report that the report who the stalker was, and attended after that. I'm also really fucking pissed off that they portrayed an act of genuine concern and kindness as a, quote, attempted murder, end quote. The expanded cause is to the redacted police station in Ireland, to the Irish police station, where I spoke to the desk sergeant. During that 17 minutes, I tried to add information to an ongoing investigation, as I had given Keffals time to report it themselves. I didn't speak to anyone actually investigating, and I reported where the threat had been made. The Kiwi Farms page that contained his docs, and the Kiwi Farms page that contained his personal information, obviously in pictures. At no point did I indicate that Keffals had committed a crime. However, it was likely that I reported that someone had reported a threat against Keffals. End quote. The person also added, that's when
they called in a stabbing. On the H3H3.
So then from there, the person then states on the H3H3 on Ethan's podcast, basically, Keffals said there was a, quote, swatting, end quote, that had mentioned a stabbing, but there were no guns when they visited. This link shows that the armed response unit, which had been deployed for someone reports a stabbing or an active situation involving weaponry. There's a picture that shows a dynamic entry. Someone with Ethan's background wouldn't realize that the Northern Ireland does not actually have a history of armed violence, and the PSIN response to violence is equivalent to the United States. The evidence strongly supports that the story Keffals gave on the H3 podcast about being swatted is utter horseshit. The person ends with a quote.
Podcast, Keffals stated that the swatting had mentioned a stabbing, but that there were no guns when they visited. This link shows the armed response unit, which is deployed for when someone reports a stabbing in active situation. There's a picture there that shows a dynamic entry. Someone with Ellen's background wouldn't realize that Northern Ireland does actually have a history of armed violence, and the PSNI response to what that violence is equivalent to the United States of America. The evidence strongly supports that the story Keffals gave on the H3H3 podcast about being swatted here is utter horseshit. And if you recall, law enforcement began actively investigating the people harassing her. As it turns out, they actually caught them. The harassment was largely perpetrated by a now defunct group on website Zero known as Vile. Vile docs several people related to #DropKiwiFarms, including Keffals and the owner of the DIY HRT directory. This is easily proven as their signature is present in the pastes themselves. Some of their known techniques include using fake emergency data requests to impersonate government officials. They also use stolen passwords from law enforcement officers to subpoena companies into sharing private information. That info was then used for extortion. This criminal activity is only known because 2 members were arrested and charged in March of 2023. Now, while the group is defunct, as demonstrably law enforcement did their job, the important distinction here, though, is what Vile did.
Yeah, I'm tempted to look up Vile and see what website they're connected to and actually expose the website. Because honestly, like I said, I'm not really afraid of a dox. Because I'm going to be dead honest, anybody from that website that thinks that doxing me is going to scare me, it's already happened. And it doesn't bother me at all. Because the police already know my family. And good luck figuring out which county to call, by the way. Fucking idiots. Like I said, police already know me. They already know my family. They're not going to do anything other than knock on my door and go, What the fuck did you do this time, Timbs? That's exactly what's gonna happen. But how do you feel, Luna?
I feel that, like, just honestly,
that breath of death just summed it up right there. I don't think you need to say anything else. That breath of death right there. That was just perfect. It was just, I'm dying inside.
but I think I've already died inside. The worst part is, like, I keep dying inside repeatedly. Like, I feel like I keep learning that once you've died inside, you can still die inside again somehow. Like, somehow, like, I keep getting resurrected on the inside by some cruel, like, higher power, just so I can keep dying on the inside. It pleases them or something.
Just so you can drop dead from something even worse than before. And that's exactly how I feel as I'm watching this video, is that my soul keeps dying each time around something new about this comes out. Alright, she wants $125,000 for bullshit reasons.
Yeah.
There's a reason why I had to take a break. And with that, we're continuing.
To be honest, I've tried researching this and I've called around as much as I can, but obviously information on a case, if it's pending and ongoing, isn't going to be shared, nor is a status really something to be handed out about. But at the end of the day, I'm not a lawyer, so me digging into this isn't necessarily going to do much more than you would expect. But that being said, okay, with all of this brought up, this is, I guess, the only last Hail Mary that we have. And if you ask Keffals, the reason they decided to go with the Human Rights Tribunal rather than a lawsuit is because the Human Rights Tribunal has unique powers that a civil suit does not. In Canada, if they were simply to do a lawsuit, all they would get is money. They are apparently pushing for police body cams, which is the complete goal right there.
Like I stated
and papers
earlier,
have been processed and they are awaiting dates to appear in the tribunal. And I'm told this could take a minimum of 2 years at best, and 6 years at worst, depending on if this gets escalated to a higher judicial body. So again, I'm not an expert at the HRTO, and this section might be pending, and because Keffals is, I guess, quiet these days, I'm blocked, so I wouldn't really know. There might be updates to this, there might not be, okay? But to end this section off, to recap, Keffals deliberately tried to raise as much money as possible. None of her reasons make any sense. She didn't need to move and use the money for a vacation in Europe, it seems. She didn't just use the fund for moving expenses,
I'm making
but a full year's worth of rent, something she never said she was going to do. And as far as we can tell, she had no tangible losses. All of her possessions were returned within days, and the legal fund was for a nebulous lawsuit that has changed targets twice.
I mean, I did that earlier.
I did state earlier about getting the bag of chips and everything, but come on. You can at least hit the damn mute button. And you turn the camera on for 1 sec. What the fuck? What?
Hold on, my camera's not working. Hold on, my camera's being weird. Alright, can you see this?
Okay, now I can see. Oh, it's a block of Velveeta cheese. That's what I should have.
Yeah. Although for me in my Discord, it's not showing the camera on my end. But yeah, I got the Velveeta.
Okay, that's what it is. Because I was like, what the fuck are they ripping open? That sounds like it's like the mixture of Freddy Krueger and Jason Voorhees butt fucking each other. It's like, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, didn't you hear? They made Velveeta makes their own chips now. I was ripping into a bag of Velveeta chips.
I wasn't alerted of that. Just like I wasn't alerted that Keffals is a piece of trash, but here we are now.
The closest we saw to any actual legal action was that HRTO complaint, which doesn't even require a lawyer and is completely free. It's unlikely to go anywhere since she apparently has no evidence, no credibility, and seemingly no actual legal standing. Okay, so now that we've covered the swatting and her GoFundMe, let's talk about her campaign to drop Kiwi Farms. An important thing to recognize is that this is a public discussion forum. You can see what people are saying, and it also means it's difficult to prove something was their fault if they didn't brag about it on the site. To be clear, they're not innocent whatsoever. They're not entirely innocent. They collect and organize personal information, and I would never argue that they don't harass people. We can prove Kiwi Farms users doxed her old house and one of the hotel rooms. However, they weren't the main culprit. There is a completely different site that actually took credit for the harassment that veered into actual criminality. For the sake of not promoting it, we're going to be referring to this website as Website Zero, like others have before who've covered this topic. If you've read the thread closely, you'll discover Kiwi Farms users don't find out about the swatting until after her GoFundMe. On August 21st, Clara's Uber Eats account was hacked and she blamed Kiwi Farms. The next day, a post was made on Website Zero taking credit. She showed a receipt for the order as part of the docs. This post also included phone numbers, accounts, addresses, emails, and passwords belonging to Sorrenti, as well as many of her family members. The doc stayed pinned from the date it was created until September the 4th. It was being worked on publicly since March 28th, and with users actively calling for others to track her down. Despite this, Clara continued to blame Kiwi Farms instead for hacking her account, her Uber account, even directly calling for Cloudflare to halt services in response to the hack. From here, she makes a decision to move to Northern Ireland to flee online harassment. And it's important to know that Kiwi Farms was down from August 26th to August 29th. Website Zero identified her location on August 26th thanks to that doorknob. Keffals blamed the Kiwi Farms, calling them out by name on the 29th. The same day, she claimed a Kiwi Farms user had identified her location and threatened to show up. She claimed to have identified the user and forwarded their information to the police. And this is true. If this is true, there's no reason for her to believe this individual had any association with Kiwi Farms. The user had been very active across 4chan and the rest of the internet on a variety of easily identifiable accounts. And they've also explicitly stated that they had no connection with Kiwi Farms. She already knew that this person was from 4chan, even showing the original threads in one of her tweets. When we spoke about his plan beforehand, he left comments on Website Zero, and Website Zero was never mentioned once in her account. Clara later claimed that this resulted in...
And I'm glad I remember this, reminded me, because I was doing research about it earlier. It seems the name of the website of the individuals who are hacking people is called vile.sh. Do not go to that website. Do not look that website up, because it has a very disturbing image of a poor girl who unfortunately took her own life with the words, "Keep calm." It's very disturbing. Don't go to that website. I do not recommend it. But that's the name of the website of Website Zero. That's Website Zero. It's vile.sh. That's horrifying, to say the least, that these people do this kind of shit. It's horrifying to know that this is what we've turned into as humanity. We act like this and we think it's okay. It's actually very heartbreaking, to say the least. But what am I expecting? I'm literally watching a video about a woman who stole $136,000 from possibly dozens of trans people who actually needed the money for her own selfish reasons and gains, while probably, like I said, hundreds of trans people, if not thousands, are probably destitute, at the very least, fucking in poverty now, while she is fucking on multi-bingers, buying dozens of fucking houses and her bullshit she doesn't need. And on top of all of fucking that, she blames her ex for the reason why this all happened, and then blames Kiwi Farms, as if Kiwi Farms had really anything to do with this. Yes, Kiwi Farms is horrible, don't get me wrong. Fucking horrifying website, would not recommend going on it at all. But however, it still does not justify what she did. It doesn't justify it. There's no justifying her actions. She's a vile human being. She's a piece of trash. Fuck you, Keffals. Anything you want to say, Luna?
I don't think websites like that should exist. But the fact that they do exist doesn't mean you should use them as an excuse or scapegoat either. even if your information is on those websites. If people on the said website aren't specifically going after you, when it's a different website instead, I feel you shouldn't use a different website as a scapegoat to try to get them taken down. Even if it is a horrible website, you should go after the website where people on said website is actually going after you, not the one where people aren't. She should have went after website 0 instead of Kiwi Farm, since people on website 0 were the ones actually going after her.
Were the ones that were not only that, but they were extorting thousands of other people who were probably innocent and had nothing to do with any of this. But instead, I think what it is because Kiwi Farms allowed people to make fun of her for being trans and allowed to make a bunch of trans jokes against her, that she got super butthurt, and that's why she went after him, is because she wanted to punish people who made fun of her instead of actually seeking justice and actively helping the trans community. It's horrifying. But again, what am I expecting from an individual who gives no fucks about the community she claims she loves and cares about? Absolutely.
Yeah.
What am I expecting? Anyways, let's continue the video.
Or swatting, stating the same thing repeated itself, except Northern Irish police did not put a firearm, did not pull a gun on her. Apparently, the police were called to investigate a made-up stabbing. She noted they were very friendly.
This followed me. I leave Canada, now I'm in Northern Ireland. The same
As we already went over all of this, but
thing repeated itself.
I wanted to tell people exactly what the website was, so that way you all knew what website site 0 was. That's the one in question. So let's move on to the stuff we have not seen yet.
Not because she was in fear of her life, but because it was opportune timing.
All of us are here talking about like website X. We're all talking about how bad it is, how it's like a secret, how we don't speak the name of it, but everyone knows it and everyone's worried about it. And it's like, it sounds like the perfect website for a campaign for them to get dropped by their fucking service provider. Like, this is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't think the momentum is there for that though. Like with the Drop Kiwi Farms campaign, it was just really opportune timing. I had all this media attention on me, and journalists were like following every fucking thing I said and did.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't even know about the second website until they went after me.
Yeah, but when you describe it as like a worse version of the same website, but whoa, please don't talk about it. That's crazy.
Well,
it's very revealing that when a site exists embodying the very thing she accuses Kiwi Farms of doing, her reaction is completely different. While it's reasonable to not want others to find it, that doesn't justify blaming Kiwi Farms for the actions of another separate community. It's her refusal to acknowledge the actions of Website 0 as the actions of Website 0 that necessitates its mention. When asked, she fails to address this in a satisfying way.
Question, Keffals, to you. So basically, if there's another website that's doing things as malicious or more malicious than the Kiwi Farms post, I'm wondering, like, why not draw attention to that website in particular if they seem to be more inherently dangerous?
I don't think they're more inherently dangerous.
What?
They also don't have as many active users because the people who, on the other side, the people who do it, they're more technically skilled in what they do. But also because they had more extensive documentation of my family, and I didn't want to put that out there. I think that's reasonable, right? Like,
motherfucker, when Irish Bastard literally fucking Tyler from Colorado decided to post my home address and all about my family, you know what I fucking said? I talked about it. You know why? I exposed his ass for doing so. And I fucking screwed him over. Anybody from any community like that wants to pull that kind of shit with me will find out fucking rightfully so. I will own your ass like the bitch you are. Technically skilled or not. The fact of the matter is, you went after a website that's about free speech, which, as much as I hate to say it, is perfectly fine. Because they made jokes at your expense, not because you were an actual victim. Because you weren't a victim. Because if you were a victim, either you'd be dead, you actually would be hurt, or even better, you would have exposed these people who, by the way, 2 of their members have last year just got convicted of multiple fucking felonies. Fuck me, I guess I'm retarded, you know? That's what it is. I must be retarded. I must be a dumbass. Maybe I need to play that dumbass sound again.
Dumbass.
Remind myself.
You're a dumbass.
This is fucking... It's the dumbest fucking thing ever. And what the fuck? What is wrong with these fucking people? What is wrong with these fucking people? Why? Why is she allowed to have a fucking platform? Somebody tell me why.
Does she still have a platform, or has she been banned?
No, she still has a platform. She has Twitch, YouTube, Kick, and fucking couple other things.
Oh.
And she's still monetized. She's still monetized. It's unbelievable. It's perfectly fine to lie about what website's doxing you, attacking innocent individuals, going on multi-day drug benders, and wasting GoFundMe money on getting rehab and buying the drugs, by the way. With YouTube, that's perfectly fine, but say you're a fucktard to somebody who deserves, like Keffals that deserves it, instant demonetization. Go to hell. That's exactly what YouTube thinks. It's so fucking bullshit. Such bullshit. Am I wrong?
No.
Fucking unbelievable. You got any thoughts or anything you want to add to that?
I honestly think she should be forced to refund everyone who's paid her GoFundMe. And she probably knew what she was doing too, which is why she chose GoFund, like the GoFundMe thing, rather than a Kickstarter, because she knew people wouldn't be able to get refunds.
Yeah, that's what. Because in GoFundMe's clause, you cannot get refunds. You cannot get refunds. It's an arbitrary agreement. You agree that any money sent to them that's used for the purposes intended, which is fucking vague as hell, pretty much will stays with the person, and GoFundMe has no legal reason to reimburse you. So hundreds of thousands of dollars fucking wasted, and nothing's gotten better. If anything, you're fucked. Multiple trans people are fucked. I look like a jackass, and she's still on the internet doing fuck all to help anybody, except for being a drug addict. Fucking real nice. I don't know which one's worse, Keffals or fucking Review Tech. Probably Keffals.
Review Tech USA.
Yeah, Rich of Tomorrow.
Yeah, I used to be subscribed to him, but I think he deleted his YouTube channel.
Yeah, he deleted the 1 million+ sub channel, and then I'm not going to get into that video.
I only watched him for game news, and because I thought he was kind of funny. I didn't really pay attention to the drama he was in. I didn't even know he was in drama until I joined your Discord.
I'm going to say he's been embroiled in drama from the very start of his channel, but that is.
I was unaware of it until I joined you on your Discord from a mutual friend.
I would say that's besides the point. The point of the matter is, I'm just stating for the record, I don't know which one's worse, and I'm sure the audience will probably tell me, because the audience usually is pretty vocal about stuff like this. So, without much further ado, let's just fucking continue.
I don't want my family to get hurt.
Sure, sure, if you don't want your family to get hurt, that's fine. But the opposite of what you're saying right now was your justification as to why you have to go after Kiwi Farms. Like, this place is doxing you. This person's posting tons of your information.
Why do you defend Kiwi Farms so much? I think
it makes you wonder if she wasn't willing to go after the site because she was actually afraid. Why did she target Kiwi Farms in the first place? Why continuously lie about the site being down to your followers? Why accuse anyone with genuine criticism of you as having used the site? Is there something that she was trying to hide? So 47 minutes in, you probably know that I have to address the big, massive elephant in the room, okay? Horton hears a who, boyos. The reason for this is because I don't even think we can begin to have this conversation without showing now definitively that Keffals, as a narrator, cannot be trusted. The conversation surrounding the subject has been intentionally warped and obfuscated, and even questioning it will get you labeled a transphobe, okay? So, and I'm not a transphobe, I'm bringing this up, okay? This is this is a minefield I'm walking in, okay?
Yeah, he's about to walk into one hell of a minefield, something I've just not cared for at this point because I'm used to getting shot at all the time for commenting on this stuff. So, audience members, I'm going to put a trigger warning. If you are trans and you don't feel comfortable about watching this, feel free to go ahead and click off now. I appreciate you watching 2.5 hours in. Thanks to the co-host right here who rambles on for 3.5 hours about things that don't matter. Like a certain other friend of mine, Adam. And then wonders why I'm sitting here in the chair going, fucking kill me now. But in all seriousness, the lighthearted humor aside, seriously, if this is a very touchy subject, assuming you've made it this far, if you don't feel like discussing potential grooming of children, grooming of minors, whichever way you want to phrase it, sending illegal drugs to minors, and potential predatory / pedophilia behavior, please click off now. I appreciate you watching. Make sure you subscribe. I've got lighthearted content you can go watch. There's plenty of epic or trash videos that is totally lighthearted. Example, number 11 is about the dog girl, where I just make fun of people for being simps over a girl acting like a dog. It's totally lighthearted. It's funny. Go watch that. But if you want to continue forward, then I appreciate you wanting to watch the whole video all the way through. With that disclaimer in mind, I think it's time we watch part 5. Fuck me.
When we talk about the harassment from Kiwi Farms, it can't be understated that they are transphobic. It's true. There is truth to the idea they'll call just about anyone a groomer just because that they're trans. However, this has allowed Keffals to absolve herself of responsibility of her own actions and pretend as if there's nothing she has personally done for people to distrust her character. Not only that, but she'll discredit any criticism by associating it with Kiwi Farms, the big bad farms. At the end of the day, if documentation exists, then regardless of that source, it speaks for itself. Keffals will hide behind her identity as a shield, accusing anyone who brings up her genuinely questionable behavior as pedo-jacketing. In reality, this is little more than an excuse to avoid accountability.
It shouldn't be acceptable for people who are supposedly leftist or progressive to pedo-jacket trans people. We're already targeted by the right. Incredibly disappointing to see people who should know better.
What does the term pedo jacket mean?
So basically, that's false labeling. It's a the idea is that you are labeling somebody a pedophile for and I use this example for somebody that I'm going to be a future collaborator with as an example. So let me set the scenario for you guys and for Luna. I'm going to use me for example, because I've actually been pedo jacketed before. So the circumstances is this. Let's say I go into a Discord server that has a bunch of minors in it, right? I go into a VC call. I don't really know that there's minors in there because the server is either vague or doesn't really tell you that, hey, we're all ages server, or doesn't have some kind of explicit warning that, hey, you may be interacting with minors, just be aware. They don't have some kind of labeling system or anything like that. Let's say this server is pretty horribly set up, right? This is an extreme example, but one that has happened in the past, unfortunately. So, because of course she's deciding to mess with her plates, I'm having to bring the mute button out real quick so I can focus on what I'm saying. So let's say I go into the VC call and I'm talking to these people who I believe are adults, and I start telling dirty jokes and I start kind of getting sexual with a couple of the women in the chat, right? And let's say somebody in that chat didn't feel comfortable and they didn't bother to record the situation, and they, let's say, go on Twitter, they find my handle, they tag me in a post saying that I'm this pedophile that will go to VCs and try to get in underage people's pants and stuff like that, and you need to be afraid of them. You need to be afraid of this person. You need to block them, ban them, whatever, right? Now, let's say that that's what happens. That's what they say happened. Now, the truth is, I didn't actually do any of that. I went to the VC call. I heard others telling the joke, and I asked them to repeat it back so I could learn what the joke was, so I could tell my friends the joke. But I wasn't telling the joke. I wasn't actively participating. I was passively participating in the circumstance. But because of that, everybody on, let's say, Twitter, for example, again, starts saying I'm this big predator, I'm a pedophile, and I need to be arrested, and I need to be thrown in jail and the key locked away and the key thrown away, things like that. That is the example of a pedo jacketing, because you're essentially saying I'm a predator just because I asked a person, even though you said I was the one that told the joke, I was simply asking person and repeating back the joke because I wanted to learn the joke, which is essentially falsely claiming I'm a predator. It's a fancy term for saying that you are falsely accusing someone of a very heinous crime. And again, my example is probably crappy, but hopefully it gets the point across. Does it make sense now, Luna?
Yeah, I believe so.
So she is basically saying that she's being falsely labeled as a predator, even though, as we will see later, there's evidence to suggest she may have participated in predatory actions. I mean, she was a fucking predator for people's money anyhow, so hell, at this fucking point. Yeah. But let's continue.
And it's finally time to talk about do-it-yourself hormones and Catboy Ranch. In June of 2022, Claire began sponsoring the DIY HRT directory. For a myriad of reasons, hormone replacement therapy is often inaccessible to many trans people. The directory intends to teach people how to, quote-unquote, safely obtain HRT without a prescription. While some are legitimate pharmaceutical-grade medications simply imported from other countries, the site also offers a number of homebrew sources. They are colloquially referred to as bathtub estrogen. in reference to the actual practice of brewing your own HRT. This guide in particular is linked to Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals, which is also listed on the directory. Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals is extremely controversial, for reasons that will become very self-apparent. The packaging is covered in sexualized depictions of young boys cross-dressing. Again, I have to blur this out.
If I was to show the pictures, my channel would be taken down for child pornography. But, yeah, Luna, if you want to see the uncensored pictures, I can find the uncensored ones. I have seen the uncensored ones. It's horrifying, to say the least. It's, and that's all I can really say. It's horrifying, to say the least. Absolutely fucking horrifying.
I'll leave that up to you. Yeah, I mean, if you want, you'd be like, if I had to see it, you have to see it, you can. I've had friends do that where, like, if I had to see it, you have to.
I'm not the kind of person that does that. But I'm just saying, if you want to see like the videos where they show the uncensored stuff, it's on Twitter, I think. I can find those, but I, for the most part, stay away because it's. It made my stomach fucking turn. It's making my stomach turn just thinking about it.
Yeah.
And I can't believe they fucking sent this on bottles that are supposed to be helping trans people. Yeah, that totally doesn't come off like you're grooming children at all. Totally helping the trans community not look like fucking pedophiles. Fucking retards. Every one of them. Am I wrong? Like, am I wrong?
No.
It's like, it's mind-blowing to me that these people think it's okay. Fucking mind-blowing to me. Absolutely just fucking mind-blowing.
Yeah.
But, you want to continue?
Yeah.
Oh, God, she wants to continue.
Because it is actually a violation of
I don't know if we should,
or TOS, with text on the box that reads, keep out of reach of parents. It's disgusting and clearly falls under the category of Shota or Loli, which Keffals has given her own opinion of in the past. It's already questionable to endorse what are effective...
Let me go back to that real quick.
Unregulated...
Let me go back to that real quick. You just...
And clearly falls under the category of Shota or Loli.
By the way, that's an alt account of Keffals. That's an alt account. Because if you like lolly, you like drawn child pornography is what that word means. Which means you like child pornography and are a pedophile. This should not be a controversial opinion. So why the fuck is there drawn lolicon on your fucking vials? Explain that one to me then. You fucking hypocrite. And fucking, I love the name too, Catboy Ranch. I love that name. That's the greatest. You know, that totally don't make trans people look like predators whatsoever.
I mean, a cowboy. Out in the trans community. But yeah.
Fucking kill me. Just kill me now. Just kill me now. Let's continue.
Which Keffals has given her own opinion of in the past. It's already questionable to endorse what are effectively unregulated drugs. It's even worse to explicitly advocate for their use by minors. Keffals bragged about donating thousands of dollars a year to the site to help people get access to HRT before the age of 18. She said, "I do not give a single shit what you think. I am doing nothing wrong, nor will I ever back down." The directory was even added as a link to her website, with an accompanying chat command. By then, she was marketing her community as a safe space for teenagers. As a former trans kid who is now a trans adult, I want to say, to all the young trans people who follow me, I love you, I care about you, and I will fight for you. We will win. There is hope for people like us in this world. They cannot and will not keep us down.
Oh my God.
I have no opposition to providing safe access to HRT for trans people who need them, right? That's just a thing. If doctors can come in and there's a way to safely do it 100%, get the proper people involved, not me, not Keffals the activist, both of us are clearly not doctors, sure. But it is dangerous to condone questionable individuals with shady histories like Keffals and deceitful messaging to illicitly offer these treatments online, especially to minors. The directory was created by an individual known as Bob Posting.
This. You see why? It just does it make sense why I'm just not a fan of treatment of minors?
Yeah.
You see now. It's because of shit like this. Not advocating for proper medication, not advocating for doctors to be involved, because, you know, those are the people that spend their whole lives studying medicine to, you know, keep us, the regular people, alive. No, fuck it. Apparently Keffals knows more than enough doctors probably spent 30 years studying genetics and biology. Apparently.
Yeah.
It's like, fucking kill me. Like, kill me now. Just kill me now. Just do it. Fuck it. I don't want to live in this planet anymore. Fuck this. You got any thoughts, any opinions you want to add? I mean, I sound like a broken record at this point.
Honestly, I believe a DIY, having a DIY site for transfers for HRT or hormone replacement therapy is very dangerous.
Well, I can't wait for them to say you're a predator just because you said that. Can't wait for those comments. Yeah. I'm sure they'll come. You can guarantee I'll fight for you when that happens.
Yeah, because like if you don't get, like, it's already going to be hard enough to like get all as a kid, it's going to be hard enough to get all of the ingredients. Even then, even harder to like get the percentages right. And even if you manage to do both of those, there's no guarantee that the things on the site is correct. Meaning that you're just basically making a really, really bad drug, essentially.
For all you know, you can be making a date rape drug. You can be making fucking heroin, liquid heroin. You could be, that would be a fucking new type of horrifying drug. You could end up making crocodile, which, if you don't know what crocodile is, that's the poor man's heroin. Or or was it crack? Which one was it? Was it heroin or crack? I don't remember which one it was. But basically, what it is a mixture of like tar, certain over-the-counter drugs you can get, and a couple other things mixed into a black liquid you can inject into your arm. The reason it gets the name crocodile is because it literally melts your skin, and while it melts your skin, the scabs over like crocodile skin. I'm not going to show it. I'm not going to show it on screen for obvious reasons. Please take me at my word when I'm talking about this. But for those of you who are adventurous to look it up, crocodile is the name of the drug. You've been warned, though. The images you see will make your stomach turn over 10 times at least.
What I think we should do instead is, instead of supporting DIY sites for drugs, whether it be HRT or whatnot, I think we should start making prescriptions just more, like supporting stuff that makes prescriptions more affordable, whether it be hormone replacement therapy or epilepsy medicine or whatever you need. I used epilepsy as in our case because I have epilepsy.
Right, and like from my vantage point, pain medication for a while was the thing I needed to have. Like, I had to have oxycodone. And no, I'm not addicted to it. I actually hate oxycodone because it makes me fucking stupidly tingly and numb at the exact same time. But when I had to have surgery, I was in a tremendous amount of fucking pain. So I had to take the medicine whether I liked it or not. And the medicine wasn't fucking cheap. $50 for a bottle wasn't fucking cheap. And that was with copay, by the way. That was my insurance covering it. If I didn't have my insurance, it was about 150 fucking bucks for it. It was bullshit.
Yeah, so all like prescription drugs are like extremely expensive. And on top of that, they just a lot of states and whatnot also do their best to make hormone replacement therapy put a lot of hoops and hurdles before you can even get to the point of buying it. Because not only will you most likely need an insurance that covers it, so you don't have to pay full price, but you also have a lot of states force you to see like several different get the approval of several different therapists and whatnot on top of that, and just a bunch of other things, and so on top of just making like just prescription drugs in general more affordable, you should also try to support stuff like making HRT way more accessible and affordable.
Well, that's not what Keffals wants to do, because Keffals isn't interested in helping trans people. She's interested in potentially being a fucking groomer. Oh yeah, and a thief too. She's a fucking thief. Sue me, Keffals. Mm-hmm. Fucking thief. Well, you know, fucking, wow. It's mind blowing. It's fucking mind blowing to me. But here's the other thing that fucking gets me about this whole thing. Here's the other thing that gets me about this. Is fucking, like, why is she posting stuff like, I don't give a single shit about your opinion. I want all your grandchildren to be fucking trans. I'm going to make them all trans. When you're posting shit like that, how the fuck you think it comes off? If you think you're winning by being a troll, you're not winning. If you're an advocate for something, you cannot be a fucking troll. You cannot troll about it. You cannot. Because otherwise, you make everybody else look like that. And if you're being a troll, then you fuck it up for the rest of them. You wonder why Luna, my trans sister, Gala, fucking Annie, who's a drag queen, also knows trans, they can't get fucking treatment because of your dumb ass. It's your fucking fault, Keffals, and you know it.
Not only that, but also saying like they're gonna make your kids trans, and just makes like what stuff like Trump says more correct, like saying that like trans people groom children to be trans, and hence
Keffals statements. That's where he gets it from. I'm like, you wonder why? It's people like her. Like, fucking Legal Eagle talks about how horrible he is, but he doesn't talk about people like Keffals that set people up like Trump. If he ragged on them as much as he ragged on fucking Trump, a lot of things would fucking change. But leftists don't want to go after leftists because then it makes it seem bad and exposes the truth. That's the thing. It exposes the truth. And they don't want that truth to come out. Because if the truth comes out, then that fucks up their whole plan. And I can say this from somebody who isn't just a moderate Republican. I actually used to be a Democrat. That's the funny part about all this. I used to be a Democrat, but after the last few elections, I said, fuck this. The Democratic Party fucking sucks, and the people in it are nothing more but than manipulating, lying bastards. Not that the Republican Party is much better, But at least once I know the friends in my Republican Party aren't lying, manipulating bastards that are trying to fuck people over. But I also don't agree with them on every political standpoint either, so it's not like I'm 100% a Republican either. Far from that.
I feel like we should make a third one where
55%.
I feel like we should make a third party where instead of Democrat or Republican, there's one in the middle.
There is. There is only one. It's called the Independent Party, or the Lemon Party if you want to be gay. I'm not kidding. I'm really not kidding about that last part. I wish I was.
The Lemon Party.
It's basically a bunch of old men pissing on each other.
Oh, I heard. Don't remind me.
Yeah, that turned into the Independent Party. So, with that, oh, by the way, there's actually 5 parties in the United States. Most people don't know that. You have the Democrats, Republicans, Independent, the Greenhouse, and then the Cyber Party. Yes,
the Cyber Party.
Yeah, that was started by John McAfee, the man that started McAfee antivirus software. Yes, so actually there's 5 parties in the United States, but we only vote for 2.
Why do we only vote for 2?
Money.
So no one from the Cyber Party has ever become a president.
Nope, or even gotten in any kind of legitimate office. Independent Party gets 1 or 2 people in per every election cycle. And the Green Party hasn't got anyone in since like the late 90s, I think. So yeah, congratulations. Congratulations. Anyhow, let's continue on with the video. Fuck me.
For Chloe. Chloe and Clara have a long history of friendship together. Chloe thanked Keffals for her sponsorship and even got brought on stream to promote the site. She would reply to Clara on Twitter, 1,000 miners on HRT. Her association sparked backlash after people began to notice her bizarre fixation on secretly sending HRT to miners. I've unironically helped like a half a dozen miners acquire bathtub estrogen. No one tell them I've held more than one miner order. I don't groom children. I just show dozens of kids every week how to buy bathtub estrogen with cryptocurrency and how to hide it from their parents. What are you talking about? The directory does.
Ooh. Oh my God. Oh. This is normally how I would react to a girlfriend giving me the world's greatest BJ, but my brain just shut down at that. Oh, and I'm losing bodily functions. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, my leg. It just went fucking numb. Fuck. My neck hurts. Fuck me. Oh, everything hurts. Oh, my God. Luna, say something.
Salad.
Oh my God. Oh, Elizabeth. I'm coming, Elizabeth. Oh my God.
Don't make a mess.
Fucking grooms children. Says she doesn't groom children. Then proceeds to post the evidence that she's grooming children.
What's with that face? That's so funny.
Oh my God. God.
Speaking of chairs, picking up from earlier, speaking of a $2,000 gaming chair, how much did your chair you're sitting on cost?
I think my dad paid like $100 for this chair or something like that. Oh, fuck.
Oh, wow.
Oh, God. It's like a handmade chair. It's supposed to be based on the similar chairs from the Revolutionary War. It's a rocking chair. Oh, my God. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God. Oh. I've been violated. I never thought I'd be violated by a video, but I've been violated by a video. I'm gonna sue Winter Hart for violating me with this video. Donate to my GoFundMe so I can sue him. And what I mean by spending, I mean by spending on drugs, buying houses, traveling across the world, pretending like Kiwi Farms is doxing me when some of our websites actually doxing me. Suing the London police for no reason at all because I feel like it. And I'm gonna make up some story about them groping my breast.
Don't forget to sue Don't forget to sue Texas. That's by state. Sue them for being so untrans friendly.
Yeah, I gotta sue Texas too, just because I felt like it.
I hate it here in Texas. It's being here as a trans person is not ideal.
I hate being alive right now watching this fucking video.
I hate being alive all the time.
Hey, me too. Oh God. Oh God, I gotta click the play button. I hate my life.
In fact, take cryptocurrency, and at one point even instructed minors on how to buy Bitcoin. If you're a minor, get a trusted adult to purchase Bitcoin for you, or go to your local BTC ATM. Chloe has also referenced minors in relation to an act known as pink pilling, the act of convincing someone that they are trans on multiple occasions. Pink pilling minors is based, actually, if they reach out and express a desire for HRT. I have unironically pink pilled like half a dozen minors, and by pink pill, I mean point them to HRT resources after they reach out. So when this was brought to the
Oh my God. Oh my God. I've been violated. Mom, help me. I'm being violated by a YouTube video. Oh God. This is the worst thing ever. This is the worst fucking thing ever. This is horrifying. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus, help me. Help me now. You got nothing to say. You've got nothing to say, do you?
I don't know what to say. Salmon.
Fucking salmon.
public's attention, several changes to the site were made. They removed Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals and implemented a site-wide age warning. This seems to contradict their explicit advocacy for minors to use the site. 2 days later, Chloe announced she would no longer be involved in the directory. Keffals similarly distanced herself and her sponsorship vanished. She has tried to downplay her accusation ever since, and this is what she had to say earlier this year when questioned about the directory. I gave a wiki site $500 a month and they put my website link in the banner. This was the extent of my involvement. I have never produced or distributed or even purchased DIY hormones. I didn't sell anything to trans minors and I wasn't involved in production or distribution. Claire didn't just endorse it, she was friends with the creator who openly gloated about pilling minors.
I gotta go back to that tweet.
Link in the banner. This was the extent of my involvement. I have never produced or distributed or even purchased DIY hormones. I didn't sell anything to trans minors.
Because all the site did was compile links to different retailers, the majority of whom were simply sourcing hormones from pharmacies in different countries. Fucking kill me. This is horrible. And then someone took Lenny at Blue Sky Social and goes, Lord, so you didn't vet the stuff you were actually selling to trans minors. All you had to say. And she goes, I didn't sell anything to minors. I wasn't involved with the production or distribution.
And I wasn't involved in production or distribution. Claire didn't just endorse it, she was friends with the creator who openly gloated about pink pilling minors. She even joked about it with Clara on stream.
I wanted you on the stream because I have a lot of trans youth who watch the stream, so you gotta like chill your pink pilling stuff.
Wow, I have the perfect resource for you. So I am pretty well known for those who don't know. People know me for like being knowledgeable about DIY HRT and how to, access DIY HRT. And so I have the site, which people already sending the link in chat, is diyhrt.github.io. If the mods want to like plug that, that would be amazing.
So while Chloe has since disappeared from the internet, there was actually a new development. It was discovered that shortly after retiring, she was convicted for robbing a bank in 2020. On February 14, 2020, on about 7:18 a.m., an individual wearing a surgical mask walked up to the counter at the Scotiabank branch located at and handed a note to a teller. It read, "This is a robbery. You are not in danger. Call the police 30 seconds after I leave the door. Give me all your money, no bug money." The robber handed the teller a box. The teller placed cash in the box, and the robber then left the bank with the box of cash. The teller locked the door and told her manager what happened. The police were called. This individual was identified by police as Chloe. The teller placed a GPS tracker device hidden between four $20 bills. And when she discovered this, she tried to hide it beneath some snow. It was quickly found, reported to police, and they retrieved $5,190 in cash, and Chloe was convicted in 2023. Though currently her sentence is unclear, the Criminal Notebook, a free resource on Canadian criminal law, says the average sentence in Alberta for this exact type of crime is 4 years and possibly a fine. And while it's unclear who owns the directory now, it's still around to this day. In fact, they recently added back Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals.
Oh my god. Oh my god. You even have anything to say? Like anything?
Her robbing a bank was honestly very stupid, but I'm surprised she managed to avoid capture for 3 years.
That's fucking mind blowing.
Like, how do you do that?
I don't know anymore. I don't get this world. I don't understand. Why are people allowed to just groom minors as they see fit? Because that's exactly what this is. It's legitimate grooming. Fucking people call me a groomer, and I've never done anything like this. Not even remotely. I would have been so fucking against all of this from the start. I'm the kind of person, if the doctor's not involved and the government's not there to help us doing it, then I don't want to fucking participate because I already know exactly where I would be going. Oh my god. Unfucking believable. This is unbelievable. This is horrifying. Oh my god. Alright. Should have took my own advice and not bothered to finish watching this video. Should have taken my own advice. I didn't take my own advice. That was the dumbest decision I've ever made in my entire life. Alright, let's just fucking continue.
In fact, they even added back that filthy Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals, clearly waiting for that public backlash to die down. Needless to say, everyone involved in this entire situation has exhibited suspicious behavior at best. So, one surprising development that actually kicked in while I'm sitting in my hotel room right now is apparently one of the actual pharmaceutical groups that was listed on the DIY HRT directory, vanapharma.com, which, by the way, ships domestically only within the United Kingdom, accepts cryptocurrency only, blah, 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 has actually been hit with a pretty bad letter in this regard. So for this is from the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency in the United Kingdom. And if we look closely over here, you can see that we investigate the criminal supply of illegal medicinal products. And during one of our investigations, the following domain name has come to our attention: vanapharma.org. Internationally, every jurisdiction has its own law, blah, 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 blah. So what they actually were hit with over here, the violations, is Regulation 46, where a person may not sell or supply or offer to sell or supply a medicinal product otherwise than in accordance with the terms, okay? And of course, Regulation 214, which is a person may not sell or supply a prescription-only medicine except in accordance with a prescription given by an appropriate practitioner. And of course, Regulation 279, which is a person may not publish an advertisement for a medicinal product unless one of the following is in force of the product. So yeah, they got hit with something, and again, before anybody in their camp says whatever they were doing with the DIY HRT directory was legal, this is a clear example of how what they were doing was actually not, and it required governmental intervention, and this is a clear example of government regulation kicking in and proving that what they were doing wasn't exactly above board. And it's understandable why many would be dubious of their intentions.
They also say, I guess one of their problems is that you are supporting young people, young trans people who didn't have access to hormones. You are telling them how to make homemade hormones.
Oh my gosh. No, I don't know how to make homemade hormones. I noticed the new thing is they're saying that I'm teaching people how to make hormones in their bathtub, which just sounds insane.
Keffals calls anyone who questions her behavior, past or present, transphobic, accusing her critics of pedo-jacketing and groomer libel. When Ethan Klein called her out for defending Bosch's horse folder, she poisoned the well. You had me on your show and called me a hero for fighting against a far-right stalking forum that made multiple people themselves. Now you are using out-of-context clips sourced from the same website to attack people. What's truly disgusting about this is something like pedo-jacketing actually can be a real problem. It would be dishonest to act like baseless accusations of pedophilia against the LGBT community don't actually exist. But once again, Clara uses all of this to avoid accountability for her own actions.
Innocent people suffering while she can do whatever the fuck she wants is exactly how it's coming off. Big old fucking narcissist if I've ever seen one.
Yeah.
How does this make you feel, Luna? How does this make you feel that she can get away with whatever the fuck she feels like getting away with, but you have to suffer the consequences of her actions? How does that make you feel?
I don't like it. I don't really like it that much. I don't think anyone should be able to get away with anything bad.
Well, apparently she's allowed to fucking get away with it if she sees fit. Everybody else can apparently eat a dick. That's exactly how it's coming off. Like everybody else can eat a dick, and she's allowed to do whatever the fuck she feels like doing.
Yeah.
Fucking wow. Just absolutely wow. That's a great face, by the way. That's a great face. That's the thumbnail face right there. Thumbnail face. Bingo. Gotta get one of Keffals being retarded and use it against her.
Clara! Keffals, your identity is not a shield from criticism, okay? Every time you do this, you actually throw the entire community you're supposed to be advocating for under the fucking bus. And that takes us to the tale of Catboy Ranch. For the longest time, Keffals used to block anyone who referenced Catboy Ranch. It was actually mentioned in the letter that caused her initial swatting. But journalists declined to include it. Clara later used this to justify why no one should look into it. When I was swatted, the swatters mentioned Catboy Ranch and giving children Catboy collars in an email where they impersonated me and said that they were going to shoot up City Hall. It was all Kiwi Farms misinformation. Now H3H3 fans are regurgitating it. The problem with this argument is that ultimately the documentation speaks for itself. Nothing on Kiwi Farms should actually be taken at face value, which is why they find it so important to archive everything. That ensures that the original source exists and allows you to verify the information for yourself. With how much misinformation and perhaps disinformation has been spreading about what Catboy Ranch really is, it's about time we look at the facts and try to understand what it actually was. When I first mentioned the subject on Twitter, she posted a link to the supposed Discord in question. By the way, the server is still up. That is not the original Catboy Ranch server. In fact, it was created in response long after in June of 2023. The story of the actual Catboy Ranch server starts with a Twitter account she owned by the same name. It was created in 2020. The plan? To create a Twitter meme page directed at femboys so I can herd them all into my ranch. It was somewhat gimmicky with close ties to Vosh's community. Most of the posts were submissions made by either Clara, her friends, or people in her DMs. And the page was overtly sexual, and she did public calls for submissions and invitations. Like this tweet if you want to be added to the Catboy Ranch group chat. It was by any metric an adult space, with pornographic art posted on the account and used as the Discord banner. There are endless, and I mean endless, tweets that are very explicit in nature. For example, my biggest regret about getting bottom surgery is that I never had the chance to nut in a Catboy. I am coming out as someone who likes to get their prostate slammed and or slamming someone else's prostate. I really wish I was for Catboy until he starts crying right about now. The account reached 8.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's definitely interesting, I guess, to say the least.
Look, I'm not just on post back to main screen. I'm not judging anybody for their kinks. I've got my own little kinks I like. I'm not telling any of you fuckers what my kinks are though, because I already know exactly how that would go. Is instant demonetization and deletion of the YouTube channel, which would fucking suck. So I'm not saying it. However, it's another fucking thing when you're like straight up implying you want to make children femboys. You know what a femboy is, right?
Yeah, I get called, since I haven't been able to transition, I get called a femboy a lot rather than trans.
I really didn't need to know that second half of that. That was being violated on my own show. I'm being violated. How is this even possible? What did I do wrong in life to wind up in this position? I'm gonna have to talk to RJ in the morning about where I went wrong with life. Anyways, let's continue the video. God, kill me now.
1,000 followers by early 2021. It was around this time her page got marked as being adults only. A recurring theme throughout her posts was the idea of ownership, which is when things get really strange as we approach the Discord server. The Catboy Ranch Discord was created in December of 2020. Within 3 weeks, the server amassed over 650 members.
What the fuck?
Partially because she promoted it under her viral tweets. While it doesn't appear any archives of the chat exist, what is public has raised a lot of eyebrows. At one point, Clara shared photos of 2 callers given to members of the Discord, clearly engaging in some form of roleplay. These individuals are adults, and I'm not alleging otherwise. My point is that it's clearly a space for adults, and minors should have been kept away as far as possible. Keffals has reiterated that the server has explicitly 18 plus and required photo ID to join. However, she also stated that photo ID was only required for the not safe for work sections. What? These are 2 very contradicting statements. And ignoring the fact that she shouldn't have been interacting with minors on Twitter either, Win, also known as @FemGirlVR, was followed by Clara on both of her accounts. On September 28, 2021, Clara replied to Win calling her very cute. A month later, Win tweeted at Clara complaining she couldn't post nudes because she was 15. Then in November, Catboy Ranch replied to Win acknowledging her age. You are 15, your skull hasn't even fully developed. Win later proclaimed herself a proud member of the cult of Keffals.
What the
I just can't get over how much hope you give me. I should be able to start HRT before I'm 16 or once I'm 16. So just knowing that there's the potential I could pass like you does give me hope to keep going. Thank you. Maya, or Femboy Mats, is another minor Clara interacted with on Twitter.
God.
Maya claimed to have been a member of the Catboy Ranch Discord whilst underage. Maya said, "Hey, I'm the person involved. There was no grooming." Someone replied, "Who said there was? You were still a minor in Catboy Ranch, which had ID verification." Maya then confirms that only the NSFW sections did. Maya was 16 years old when she began interacting with Keffals.
Oh. What the fuck? What the fuck? Just.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
Just.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
All I can say. I don't know what else to say. Just. I'm just kind of. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I had to take a break because I forgot where I'd stopped on the video. So hopefully I'm at the right place. If not, well, fuck me. But I had to take a break. I needed a nice long shower because I was sweaty as hell, and that was miserable. I was fucking miserable. So. Yeah, we're gonna continue on. Like I said, hopefully I'm in the right spot. I didn't bother to check where I'd stopped before I stopped the video, so yeah, like I said, that content warning, I wasn't joking. It was bad. But not as bad as the fact that I got somebody over here has made me record for the past 12 hours now. 12 hours.
You're welcome.
No, yeah, fuck you.
You're welcome.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Let's continue.
Sections did. Maya was 16 years old when she began interacting with Keffals. 5 days after she turned 17, Clara replied to her selfie with a meme. "Damn ya ass fat, what's your pronouns?" Clara later tweeted a meme at Maya about taking estrogen and getting erections. In one thread, Catboy Ranch interacts with both Maya and Princess Emily, who was 15 years old. Now, these are highly inappropriate interactions for someone to engage in on their adults-only account at the age of 27. And this is only what we're able to see publicly. It's also worth noting Maya has since argued in favor of underage people lying about their age to people online. Maya turned 18th in January of 2022 and made an NSFW account to post nudes 3 months later. Now, this is where the story gets even darker, because we have to look at Maya's interaction with another user named Danny. Username is SynthIsHere. Danny publicly bragged about getting Maya on DIY HRT when she was a minor. About to start bragging that I got Maya on HRT when she was a minor, Maya began ordering from Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals a month after turning 17.
What the fuck?
I'm about to take the pink pill, still system. This all was with assistance from the DIY HRT directory. A year later, she was so unhappy with her results, she actually called out and blocked Chloe on Twitter. What happened? She got pissed about her hormone results? I mean, that wouldn't be Chloe's fault because that's not something she can control. Everyone reacts differently to that stuff. Also, there's different dosages. The two would end up having an argument about the specifics of HRT. Chloe calls Maya an idiot, and Maya says this: "Fuck DIY, fuck all of this. I don't know how this happened. My regimen didn't change since my last test. I am so done with listening to these quacks online who pretend that they're better than actual doctors." As Maya herself stated, these people are not doctors.
What is up with not going to doctors? Why don't people just fucking go to doctors? You know, that's the whole fucking point.
Unfortunately, doctors in today's economy is so expensive that people try to avoid going to a doctor because they're afraid it's going to ruin their bank accounts far more than anything else can at this point.
Did you know there's a federal law, that states that you're to be treated even if you can't afford it?
No, I did not.
Congratulations, now you know about it. And did you also know there's government programs that are designed to help you afford stuff like this?
Yeah. Isn't it called insurance?
Medicaid, I think is what they call it.
Oh.
Oh Lord, my
wait, Medicare or Medicaid? Because I know they're two different things.
Medicare is for old people. Medicaid's for those who are not financially well off.
I think I got denied from Medicaid. But I would have to ask my mom.
Fucking kill me already. Editor, remember to cut that out. Let's continue.
And someone like Chloe should not be allowed to posture herself as some kind of authority on the subject. No one without any proper credentials should. Not me, not Chloe, not Keffals, not anyone. Maybe it would be less of an issue if everyone involved in the situation was a legal adult. But as we've demonstrated in the last 5 minutes, they are not. Clara explicitly advocated for the DIY HRT's directory's use by minors, while clearly aware of her friend's activities, behaviors, and history. Not only compounded by her constant lies surrounding Catboy Ranch, when even what we can prove already paints an incredibly unsavory picture. There is simply no good justification for why Keffals, while being overtly sexual, was interacting with and befriending underaged fans.
And the only place they really feel safe talking about being trans is on the internet.
And so where do you guys do this? Is it like a Discord or something, or like a community?
Oh, it's like a Twitch stream.
Oh, just on Twitch?
Yeah.
So it's all just out in the public?
Yeah.
Because they make me it sound like you have some kind of secret or some community spot that's not publicly seen where you're talking with kids and stuff, but that's not even the case.
No.
Oh my
Wow,
God,
that's
she's
interesting.
blatantly fucking lying to Ethan's face.
They really are just straight up lying, huh?
Now, there's a lot of misinformation surrounding Catboy Ranch, including the circulation of several alleged screenshots. And to be clear, these aren't from a server Clara owned, but an acquaintance named Femboy Cooking. Femboy Cooking is infamous for saying this: "It's not a choice. We are not asking you. We are telling you we will turn your kid gay." On June 20th,
Jesus,
2021, a Twitter...
Oh God, I was gonna read that. Do I even want to read it? I'll go ahead and read it. One thing the straights and the ballistic nationalists in my mention today don't understand is that support and acceptance of LGBT is not conditional, earned, or asked for. It's not a choice. We're not asking you, we're telling you, and we will turn your kid gay. Oh, they're a sexual predator and need to be arrested. That's a sexual predator if I've ever seen one on Twitter. JKB wants to call me a fucking predator. Hey, JKB, take a look at this. You support this shit right here, and you'll wonder why. You'll fucking wonder why nobody likes you.
Yeah.
Prove me wrong, Jay. Prove me wrong you don't support shit like that. I know you're not going to be able to prove it because I've got evidence to prove you fucking back people who act like this. Fuck you. Oh my God. So how does this make you feel, Luna? How does this make you feel?
I don't think you should try to force anyone to be anything. Like if you're gay, lesbian, bi, or trans, that's not something you force onto people. That's just something they've always been. What you do is and people that are forced to kind of be like that, they're kind of brainwashed to be like that, and I don't like that. But also like the opposite, like forcing someone to be normal if they're that is also wrong.
And that's what I'm talking about, is that I don't see that. Rarely do I ever see people forcing, and I'm usually the one that fights back and hits back pretty fucking hard. Because I fucking have broken up friendships over that before. But I'm telling, when I swing the sledgehammer of truth, I swing it with everything I've got, and I'm gonna hit, and it's gonna hurt. So, This is.
I just don't think anyone should. I don't think. I think everyone, pretty much everyone, almost everyone involved in like that whole situation, is just messed up.
The whole thing is horrible.
It's
It's
very-
horrifying. To know that this is what fucking. I don't even know what the fuck to say anymore, honestly. What the fuck do I say? What the fuck can I say? It's like
we say we send the FBI to Keffel.
I fucking wish. Problem is, she lives in fucking Canada, so good luck with that.
Then that's. I think the CIA can go to Canada.
Fucking CIA. The Center for Intelligence Agency, yes, they're totally gonna pay attention to some fucktard that lives in Canada. Oh yeah, I'm sure that's gonna happen.
Well, if we tell them she's a threat to national defense, then maybe.
You have fun with that. I'm gonna continue this video.
Not asking you, we are telling you we will turn your kid gay. On June 23rd, 2021, a Twitter thread was made exposing Femboy Cooking's Discord server. A username.
Pause. So, I've been tipped off by some really good, I'm just gonna say something really horrifying. Those Vosh cultist, quote unquote, femboys, yeah, their Discord is at best unsafe when it comes to how it handles minors on Discord, and at worst is an outright den of pedophiles grooming. Behold, people flirting with a 13-year-old. Oh god. Oh god.
Sorrel called it an outright den of grooming. The server had roles to identify both adults and minors, and in spite of this, he caught an adult openly flirting with a 13-year-old and calling them a cute little bottom cat boy. When confronted, admins defended the server's practice of allowing underage users.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh.
Beep, 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 beep.
Oh god. Oh my god. Oh, come on, soundboard. Come on.
Oh my God! 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 You're a dumbass. You're great.
Just one more time.
Dumbass. You're a dumbass. You're great.
That's the only soothing sound I've heard all day. Just why? Why? Just why? Why? Just why? 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 Just why?
Because apparently the world must have suffering at all times, I guess.
Why? What the fuck? Why a 13-year-old? And why are they defending it? That's the part that gets me, is why are they defending what is happening? Why? What the fuck? The fuck is wrong with these people? The fuck?
If I remember correctly, I was still in middle school when I was 13.
Oh, Jesus. God help us all.
Why would we bar minors from the
They were
server
doing
on
was
the
a middle
off
school.
chance that they'll be
Hold up. Why would we bar minors from the server on the off chance they will be groomed, lol? Don't you think there are better ways to fix the issue of grooming and pedophilia on the internet than just barring children from using the internet? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's That's... People call me a fucking sexual predator.
Mm.
And there's people on Discord that are like this. That are outright predators. But
yeah, they that's just really not okay.
It's just, what the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah.
I just, wow. This is gonna be the most brutal episode I've ever recorded in the history of my
I'm
channel.
sorry.
And I've recorded some bits that really fucked me up.
I apologize if I'm not easy to work with.
It ain't you. It ain't you.
It ain't me.
Oh, God. Yeah, I fucking thought the Ravens Dolphin was bad. I really thought the Ravens Dolphin was bad. When he fucking
The Ravens Dolphin?
Ravens Dolphin is the username.
Oh, Ravens Dolphin.
Sent a dick pic to who he believed was a 16-year-old. And it had not been the first time he had committed similar acts.
Oh, wow. That's not okay. Very, very not okay. Messed up it is.
And I thought that was bad. I thought that fucked with me mentally. Because the people who exposed him were like, this is perfectly fine, this is legal, but you're still a creep and a weirdo. I'm like, no, this is not legal. This is not okay. Don't justify it. Don't do that. Don't make it where people will do it because they think it's legal. Don't encourage that. Why? Why me? Why do I do this to myself?
For content.
I feel like eating a bullet. Let's continue.
How, if they've been taking, how if they have been talking about having with men, you can show me where, but your sexuality.
It's literally pedophilic suggestions. Then Femboy replies back with, how, if they've been talking about having sex with men, you can show me where, but your pedophile is a part of you. There's nothing wrong with it. You're kind of the one introducing the adult-oriented element. It's kind of weird. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is the worst. This is the worst.
A part of you. There's nothing wrong with it. You're kind of the one introducing the adult-oriented element. It's kind of weird. Keffals admits that she was in this server and called the screenshots disgusting. I have absolutely nothing to do with that Discord, and I think that is disgusting. I'll warn people about the Discord. Someone replied, by that you mean you'll leave the Discord. And she said, already did. I wasn't aware or active about any of this until now. Bruh, I was joking. I didn't know you were a part of it. That changed after the person who made the call out got suspended. Clara celebrated the thread's deletion, even though she admitted it had evidence of an adult flirting with a minor. Those are her own words. Just wrote an entire thread seething about me from behind a block, and tried to get his followers to dogpile my tweet, and then got suspended. People combed through Femboy's cooking Discord and discovered an adult flirting with a minor, and decided that I am somehow guilty of this. Once again, suspended. This is stunning admission that she helped cover up an adult flirting with a 13-year-old for her own convenience. And there's also no proof that the person who made that thread is a P-word. Early into Drop Kiwi Farms, Clara promoted an artist named ZR Kalo. Kalo is known for running the account Transphobes Posting Their L's. She faced backlash for knowingly associating with actual zoophiles, including a moderator on @Transphobic L's. She also is known for drawing what would some describe as necrozoophile art. Keffals defended her purely on the basis that she had a thread on Kiwi Farms.
But the thing is, like, I know they lie about literally everyone, so why would I believe their claims? Like, they're calling Zerkalo a necrozoophile, and it's like, they call everyone everything. Nothing they say is truthful. I have no reason to believe that.
You ever wonder what the face of Satan looked like? I'm pretty sure we're looking at it right now.
You drew furry gore? Look, I personally think that that's kind of weird. However, I don't think you did anything wrong. I can just choose not to look at the part of the internet where people post things like that. As long as no one's getting hurt.
I swear to everything, that's gotta be the face of Satan right there. What do you think?
Satan has the face shape of... You think Satan has the face shape of a potato?
I'm thinking he's got the face of Satan right there. Let's put some fucking devil horns on that.
I'd be very concerned if Satan had the face shape of a potato.
I do not care.
Then she calls...
Hold up. See if I can... Going to... I think I might know exactly what I'm gonna do. I'll have to do a lot of cropping, but it's fine. I think I just got the face of Satan right there, and I'm gonna use.
Is that gonna be the thumbnail?
Yep. I'm gonna put trying in the thumbnail too, just for the fun of it.
Even though he has nothing to do with the video.
And the fucker, he brought it on himself. Shouldn't have gone after my family, but he did. And he sent his friends too. So, get felt it trying.
That. As long as no one's getting hurt, I do not care.
Then she calls out every person with the threat on the site to band together. It's probably a good time to bring up that Kiwi Farms has actually put criminals in jail. Put actual criminals there. Most recently putting a prolific animal abuser behind bars. I'm not saying every user or threat is virtuous. Even if you hate the site, you gotta admit, some people deserve to have their actions exposed. Keffals' campaign eventually took her to Chris Chan, who she brought on for an interview right after Chris got out of jail for allegedly having relations
of course she did.
with their mom. Hilariously, she had to keep up the lie that Kiwi Farms was still down. A lie she maintained for years. At this point, I need to pose the question. What goddamn moral high ground does Keffals have over Kiwi Farms? It isn't doxing. She paid money to dox her critics, as well as innocent members of their family. It can't be cyber stalking.
What the fuck?
She got ousted from her own community for trying to gather dirt on who she called a prototypical lol cow. It can't be some belief of criminality. The whole point of getting Cloudflare to drop Kiwi Farms is making them susceptible to illegal DDoS attacks. And when the site was hosted in Ukraine, she posted the address to the servers publicly and then accused them of supporting Russia in some weird hopes that I would imagine would be retribution. Her entire MO is exploiting other people for her own benefit. Every time she claims people are criticizing her, it's because she's trans. She undermines the actual hate directed towards trans people on the basis of their identity. And what about her cynical use of other people's death, from James Somerton to the victims of Kiwi Farms to bringing up Tony in her feud with Ethan Klein?
She starts this motherfucker off with "in memory of Tony Winchester, who was the RS Glory and Gold."
Why bring him up? What the hell?
He, first of all, I'm speechless with that one.
Yeah.
How many deaths do we have to watch her weaponize until we all get together and can agree invoking someone's name in this way is just really fucking disgusting? And finally, to top it all off, there is no transparency surrounding the GoFundMe. She seems to keep inventing new details about her swatting, and many of the criticisms thrown in her face over the years are rooted in reality. If there's anything to learn about all of this, is that Clara Sorrenti has no morals. She will completely disregard the truth for her own gain and profit. There is no scenario where you can take her at her word, because she is shameless in her attempts at manipulation. If you are someone who felt sincerely invested in Kiwi Farms being taken down, then she has failed you. The site is stronger than ever, and they've raised over $150,000 for their own litigation fund. They've already seen results in getting a company to retract their libelous claims. Dropping Kiwi Farms proved to be a terrible business decision for Cloudflare, who stated it caused a loss of potential customers and significant adverse feedback. And now everyone knows exactly what she was trying to hide after all this time. Now, this final section of the video I have to preface with some caveats. When I first announced I was going to be working on this video publicly, several former friends and editors reached out to offer their perspective. They expressed feelings disillusioned by her behavior and provided what appears to be pretty damning screenshots, one that I started this video off in the beginning, as you can imagine, regarding what Clara did with her money. The reason why I waited to introduce this is at the very end is because I wanted to show that you can make a strong case with what is already publicly available. I have also been very honest about the extent of my knowledge regarding this evidence. Okay, I have to be very honest here. Keffals has faked DMs in the past, even doing so on stream before posting them as if they're real. Keffals and her camp have demonstrated being actual disinformation agents, and having to vet screenshots are actually a serious concern. This is why I say I never believe an actual message until I open up the server myself, hit refresh, and see it with my own fucking eyes. I don't just believe any screenshot thrown at me. With all that being said, this is what I was shown. The first is from a screenshot from a private group chat dated November 30th, 2022.
Oh man, that's gonna be a fuck ton for me to read. Okay. Clara goes, feels really bad watching the DMF, despite displayed, so whatever. The rest will cover a year rent and the psychological, I guess is what you meant to say, fees if I have to talk to a psychologist once a week for the next 11 months. What the fuck? Ethan tried to comfort me, reminding me that it was an emergency fund. It's not an emergency fund, motherfucker. Motherfucker. It's a money for fucking lawsuits, asshole. Fuck you. And Arif goes, Ethan's right, but I definitely understand that feeling whenever I've had a windfall that I wasn't originally planning on having. I still felt bad whenever it was depleted. Okay, depleted was the word she was trying to use. So Claire replies back, I keep trying to think of how it depleted so fast and just so many little things. The travel, the replacing furniture, and helping my friends out, and buying new streaming gear and clothes. Helping your friends out? The fuck? What do you mean helping your friends out? The fuck are you talking about? Oh my god. And then Clara goes, if anyone finds out how I spent the GoFundMe money, I'm definitely gonna get canceled, lol. Anyway, sorry for venting, I'm gonna go now. Just heading out to Dangle, lol. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Really bad watching the GoFundMe deplete. The rest will cover a year's rent and my psych fees if I talk to a psychologist once a week for the next 11 months. Ellen tried to comfort me by reminding me that it was an emergency fund. I kept trying to think of how it depleted so fast, and it's just so many little things. Travel and replacing furniture and helping my friends out, buying new streaming gear and clothes. If legitimate, this is an admission that the GoFundMe had greatly depleted after just 2 months.
What the fuck?
It also calls into question if she actually did buy new clothes and equipments for her friend.
She did.
That isn't even remotely covered by any of her stated goals. Claire seems to understand this, going on to state, if anyone ever finds out about how I spent the GoFundMe, I am definitely getting canceled. And these messages were deleted, like what, 7 minutes later? If you recall, in September of 2022, Clara mentioned hiring both a private investigator and a cybersecurity firm. This conversation, dated November 12, 2023, appears to shed further insight as to why. The source first sent a tweet from YouTuber Bad Empanada, who had criticized Keffals in the past. Clara responded by sharing his full name, date of birth, and home address. When asked how she obtained this information, Clara gloated she was insane before revealing the name of another YouTuber named Second Thought. Does Kiwi Farms have this info? No, I did it myself. I never published this info. It's just like a game for me. Clara continued, I'll have more soon. I paid for another information request from an Argentinian PI firm. Honestly, my dream is to retire from streaming and be a PI. Dox people professionally. The lady who wants to drop Kiwi Farms, ladies and gentlemen, used the money raised under false pretenses to indulge in her fantasy of being...
Oh my god. Do I even want to fucking read? So we already heard the audio, so I'm going to take it to halftime so I can read through these messages quickly. Devil goes, oh, you up? I have some more, yikes. Sherry goes, what do you have? She goes, as an immigrant myself, I know we all get assigned visa numbers. And with that, she found the information to Bad Empanada, which he's a piece of shit anyhow. He can fuck off to the four winds of hell, as far as I'm concerned about him. And Sherry goes, how did you find his info? She goes, the same way I knew Second Thought's personal information, and I have his home address. I'm insane. Then Sherry goes, does Kiwi Farms have this info? She goes, no, I did it myself. I never published this info. It's just like a game for me. And then Sherry goes, just be safe. Oh, come on. Just be safe. Fuck off with that. She goes, oh, I will. Do you want me to tell you how I actually got this? Okay, never mind. It's like a lot of annoying little steps. Sherry goes, you can share whatever you want with me. And she goes, attorney-client privilege. Fucking, this is an attorney. This is an attorney. This is a fucking attorney. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. And then she gets more private information. And then she goes, and then Sherry goes, what is this? That's his mom and him in fucking court. Why? What the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you attacking people's family when you bitched about others? What the fuck is this hypocrisy? What the fuck? Alright, let me take it back to normal speed.
I dox people professionally. The lady who wants to drop Kiwi Farms, ladies and gentlemen, used the money raised under false pretenses to indulge in her fantasy.
Real quick, I paid another information request from an Argentinian firm. 10 minutes, I found it, Googling it, to be honest. Girl, you're a master. Honestly, my dream is to retire from streaming one day to be a PI, dox people professionally. And she goes, this fucking attorney supports that shit? If any attorney ever supports someone like Keffals, don't hire them. Don't go anywhere near their firm. They are fucking insane. They will fuck you over. They will get you thrown in jail for crimes you didn't commit. They will ruin your life. Stay away from attorneys like Cherry. Stay away from her. She's insane. Stay away from her. I don't care that she sent the DMs to Mutahar. Fuck her. She can sue me too if she wants to. I've got the evidence right there.
Oh, Hopefully, if she tries to sue you, she doesn't sue me too.
She doesn't even know who you are, and she's not gonna find out either.
I hope so. I would like to be a trans VTuber one day.
Anyways.
And unfortunately, I did not get a single response back, as sad as it sounds.
I would hire if I was suspicious my wife was cheating on me. What the fuck?
End of all this, the real harm that Keffals has done is not necessarily just to herself, but for the people that she quote-unquote wants to advocate for. Look, throughout covering this video, I've learned that the trans people that I've talked to just want to exist. And in most cases, they're just average people, and their identities are just their identities. That's it. They actually have lives outside of what their, again, trans identity usually is. And a lot of those people I talked to have all disliked Keffals, and they've all disliked him because, you know, as far as I can really tell you, this person's like the Jesse Jackson of trans people, okay? They will use this as a shield. They will constantly try to be an activist, and I feel that Keffals' behavior has made her the perfect controlled opposition for making trans people just look terribly bad. So the end of all this, ladies and gentlemen, Keffals is in fact a liar. They are evil, they are malicious, and they're a great harm to not just themselves, but the community they quote-unquote claim to represent. That said, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
And that's the end of the video, but I want to read a few comments. Real quick. Oh yeah, I commented a year ago saying I've been waiting this for weeks. Let's see, Donkey1 goes, gives away a location. Child tells her not to give away her location. Don't tell me what to do, gets doxxed. Why am I getting doxxed? This is some sort of mental illness. Goes, do you know how dense Israel or island is? However dense Ireland is not as dense as Keffals had. Let's see, and then Roxco 143 says, the fact that Keffals tweeted out the video's thumbnail instead of actually attacking the accusations calling Mutahar a transphobe proves the entire point of the video, because it did. My brother has a genetic heart condition, can't even raise money on GoFundMe, and Keffals just steals $100,000? Isn't that just wonderful? And Fuzzwan says, I don't know why, but the fact that she used local Communist Party funds to buy opium is the funniest thing to me. Then Metal Master 1234 says, hearing a Canadian talking about moving to Belfast and saying how the police there aren't militarized is the single most historically naive thing I've ever heard someone say in my entire life. And Big Iron goes, no one can indomesticably deplatform people, get $100,000 without question, make fake sexual assault allegations, incite violence, all without legal consequences. It's allowed to call themselves marginalized. Keffals is one of the most privileged people alive today. Oh, we got a gay man in the chat as well. Joshua Luke 7003 goes, as a gay man, I'm genuinely thankful you didn't shy away from discussing the Catboy Ranch and this behavior in the LGBTQ plus community. Anytime I've seen it going on and said something, I would be bombarded with aggressive replies calling me some kind of perverse plune, along with, without fail, some kind of blatant, outrageous reflection about how I'm the one making it weird and shouldn't be around children. Just because I said not to expose children to inappropriate sexual content. Then we'll be banned for quote-unquote hate speech. Yes, some people act like all the LGBTQ people are groomers. Do you know what makes that worse? Shielding the groomers. You didn't talk nearly enough about Keffals' consistently violent misogynistic comments or about her generally extreme, unpleasant, hypersexual basement dwelling edgelord incel 4chaner behavior. Jesus, try a period in that statement. Jesus. But you did the community a solid, so I'll let that slide. Oh, come on, this video was fucking fantastic. If you're not terminally online, baby will want you to move the video less than an hour after it came out. We're all terminally online. The fact that I'm 30 minutes in and know everything that's been mentioned so far has convinced me to unplug a bit more. 18 underage cat boys in the channels at Keffals Ranch. Holy fuck. That's disturbing if that's true. Let's see. Heart Derp 3916, very lovely name. I don't understand why people on Twitter/X are so upset about the thumbnail image when Keffals herself used the image of another online person from the exact same artist. It's like the most blatant rules for me, rules for thee, for not for me, bitch. Mask off moment I have ever seen. A couple more comments. Keffals is so comfortable lying because they're so used to using their trans status as a shield from criticism. Keffals is an absolute liar and should never be believed in anything. We'll do a couple more. I want to read a couple more. Let's see. Here we go. Mr. Terrorface says, the problem with modern day activism is that it's less about protecting the little guy and more about feeding someone's covert narcissism disguised as altruism, and as a form of guilt taxing. In other words, it pays to be the victim. Or play the victim in this particular instance. And then one more. I'm going to take a drink first.
Okay.
Let's see. The story of I woke up to an assault rifle in my face, quote unquote, should have been enough of a red flag. If you ever seen a police raid, it's so fucking noisy. There's no fucking way she could have woke up like this. Plus, her calling it an assault rifle is so on point. These sorts of people have no idea what a fucking assault rifle is. Let's see.
Keffals and Twitter users fighting to find out who can make normal trans people look bad more.
Yep. Oh, I forgot I like that comment because it's a true comment. Pink Pilling Myers section is fucking disturbing. How the fuck is anyone that's involved with it in jail, not in jail? Pink Pilling Myers is the most disturbing thing I've just learned. Oh, okay. See, so I was. Yeah, there's some debate on who actually started it, but that's not the point of the video. Here we go. One more. Let's see. Atlas. Is Atlas. Nox Atlas goes, as someone who's not a cis person, I find it ridiculous that people can be called transphobic for rightly calling out awful behavior. Being a terrible person has nothing to do with your gender, sexuality, your ethnicity, and etc. You can't use your identity, your skin color, your mental health, and etc. as a shield from criticism. I'm adding words to it. If you're a bad person, people will call you out for it. It only becomes transphobic if the gender identity becomes the focus of the discussion and not the actions of the person in question. Right there. And that's why I think the whole he was a transphobe was total fucking bullshit. And it was just Keffals trying to hide behind something because she didn't have anything else. And she knew it. Even though later on, Murahara would end up blowing up his reputation with Naxtaku. But that's another discussion for another day. So, Luna, you go ahead. What's your final thoughts on the whole thing?
I think that we hold on, my brain is catching up. So there's like cue the elevator music. Okay, so yeah, I think Murahara being called transphobic is just projecting, and that one comment was right. You can't really use anything as a shield like that because it just makes people view like the LGBT community worse if you use gay or that you're bi or that you're lesbian or that you're trans as a shield to mask your bad behavior, because then everyone's gonna assume all people are like in that community are like that, which makes the light on our community not so bright.
Well, I mean, that's why I'm talking about, like, people I've known have attacked me for my political opinions, being like, you're the reason why we get this. I'm like, no. I can point to you half a dozen fucking people that are the reason why. Jeffrey Dahmer, Keffals. I mean, they're in the same fucking boat. Their sexuality played a role in what happened. With Jeffrey Dahmer, he let his sexuality, and combined with the fact that he was a heinous monster that murdered people, fucked the gay community completely over to like the point that I don't even know if that community even remotely allows gay people to move in. I just don't know. I would hope that they're not homophobic. I would hope they would look past that, but Lord knows he fucked that up for a lot of those innocent gay men and women there. Keffals has fucked up so much shit for trans people online that, to be honest, like, for example, you got called a groomer and a pedophile by the old Raven cast just because you're trans. You've never done any, even though you've done fuck all. You barely even show up in the server, let alone record any kind of content, let alone moderate anything. But somehow, just because you're trans, you're a predator. It's people like Keffals are the reason why shit like that happens. And then people wonder why I absolutely despise activists. Why wouldn't I despise activists? When they act like this, they're the fucking worst. This is the worst I've ever fucking seen. And
it's not activists, it's activists.
I'm like, this is the reason why a lot of my friends don't support trans people. Yeah, she's the reason. And I'm not joking. I really wish that I was making up a horrible joke or some kind of comedy skit, but I'm not. I'm really not. And people don't understand the amount of arguments I've gotten with people like that, trying to prove that people like Keffals is not every single trans person. But because of the fucking media, because of what she did, she fucked it up for the rest of them. And I don't know if it could be unfucked.
Yeah.
And it's horrible. So my ultimate sentiment is Keffals needs to be deplatformed. I'm not one that advocates for it, but she needs to be deplatformed completely, stripped of all internet access, and to be locked away in a mental ward for the rest of her life. and a new, better advocate be put into place to actually advocate for trans people the way it should have been done from the fucking start. And that's exactly how I feel about it. But as far as the video is concerned from Mutahar, you guys already seen that I've dropped a like on it, so you already know my opinion on the video itself, which is I think it's an absolutely banger video. But we don't know Luna's opinion. So, give me your opinion. You think the video is epic, or you think it's trash?
Well, given for the time frame that it was made in before Mutahar kind of somewhat ruined his career, I'd say epic. If we're going based on preference of the time frame it was made in.
No, just overall opinion. Doesn't matter.
Overall opinion.
His career and whatnot is irrelevant to this. Just the merits of the video alone. Was the video well edited and whatnot?
I'd say it's very informative and really highlights a lot of problems that Keffals has caused, as well as how the horrible action she's taking. On top of a lot of others, bringing to light a lot of other stuff. So I'd say it's epic for how informative it is.
Deserves some coat clap. Well, like I said, but however, we will eventually get into how he fucked up his career. But I'm going to have to bring on some other guests as well that are kind of knowledgeable about the situation. But anyways, that's been the Keffals. Why Keffals is a complete fraud from Some Ordinary Gamers. And this has been Epic or Trash. Season 3, Episode 1. What a hell of a way to kick off the season. A new season, a better season. And I want to thank Luna for joining me and making me suffer at the same time. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Until next time, make sure you join the new Ravencast Discord server. It's linked below. Don't forget to subscribe. Make sure you hit that like button, hit that share button. Share it with all your friends, all your favorite friends, even share it with your enemies. Share it with your enemies. Make sure you check out the Patreon too.
And I'm a mod there, so you'll be able to see me too.
Yeah, she's one of the mods. So, like I said, you'll see her once every 5 years when she eats a rice cake. And
I'm trying to be there more.
Felt it.
I'm just busy.
Oh, you got felt it, you know it. Anyways, but then until next time, make sure you join the Patreon to support the channel and help keep the channel mostly censored free. And until next time, this is H.A. Timbs from Horror House Media and Luna from the new Ravencast / she's secretly a Keffals fan. See y'all next time.